Runecraft is a sacred power said to have existed since the dawn of mankind. The chosen ones born with runecraft defied the natural order with supernatural might. They reigned as leaders of all things. Under the rule of the chosen ones, the ancient people praised runecraft as a blessing bestowed by the gods. It was hailed as a miracle. However, among the countless runes in existence, there was one rune treated as a curse. This was the Azura rune. The scene shifts, and we see a boy with the Azura rune on his back running. The boy was heavily injured, and he had several arrows sticking out of him. He was running away from some people. The people asked him to stop. After seeing that he had gotten far away from them, they asked him to never show his face in their town. They called the boy a monster. The angry mob watched him as he ran into the snowfield. Even after getting away from the mob, the boy did not stop running. He didn't know where he was going, but he kept moving. He knew that he would die if he stopped moving. Since ancient times, those born with the Azura rune have always brought ruin to the world. At daybreak, the poor boy eventually collapsed out of exhaustion. He was bleeding out on the cold snow. Before he lost consciousness, he saw a blurry image of some people running towards him. The people seemed to be shocked to see someone covered in blood. Unfortunately for the boy, he couldn't move again. A man and his family moved close to him. The man asked his daughter and wife to use their runecraft to heal the boy. The poor boy lost consciousness before he could say anything. 7 years later, we are taken to a village. We see an old man and some people telling two men that there is no one with the Azura rune in their village. He reminded them that they have already looked through every shack in the village. He told them that it is time for them to get lost. The bald man and his comrade turned around. The bald man said that they are leaving. He told the old man that he is loud. After leaving the village, the two men went to report to their superior. The bald man informed him that there aren't any rune casters in the region. Their superior stretched out his hand and asked the bald man to move closer to him. When the man moved close to him, the superior shoved his hand into his body and crushed his intestines. The bald man spat out a large amount of blood. His comrade was shocked to see this. He screamed and called out to him. The superior watched as the bald man fell to the ground. He said that it is impossible for people like them, who have no runecraft or mana, to find his target. The being with the razor-sharp teeth said that he can smell it. He said that he can smell the reek of ruin. Later in the day, we see two people call out to some people known as Van and Linda. They told these two people that the two men are gone. Van and Linda came out of a tree trunk when they heard this. They were relieved to be finally able to catch their breath. The people that called out to them were the couple that saved our boy 7 years ago, and Linda is their daughter. The boy with long black hair is our protagonist. His name is Van. Van apologized to Linda's father for making the weird people come there again. The man smiled and told him that no one around there cares about that. His wife gently touched Van and Linda and told them that they are covered in dust. She asked them about why they always hide down there. Linda smiled and said that Van likes it there. Van smiled and turned to the tree. He revealed to them that this is where they saved him 7 years ago. He said that this is his favorite place in the whole village. Linda's father placed his arm around his neck and called him a precious kid. He turned to his wife and asked her about how the wedding preparation is going. She informed him that she is done. She said that they will start as soon as the sun sets. Later in the night, we see everyone gather around a large campfire in the forest. They designed the trees with lanterns. Van nervously stood in front of the fire. He wore a headband made out of leaves. He was standing in front of Linda. The girl seemed to be very happy. Her father told the two of them that they are now husband and wife. He asked them to say their vows in front of everyone. Linda told the people that she will make sure her husband is dried and happy so that he will forget how to cry. The villagers began to cheer for her. Van apologized to them for putting them in a tough spot again today. At the villages Van passed through, plagues, wars, massacres, and disasters never ended. Wherever he went, the screams of pain and despair followed. The poor boy couldn't settle down anywhere. If the villagers hadn't taken Van in, he would have died 7 years ago. Our boy told the people that he is not certain if it is okay for them to accept someone with the Azura rune. The moment he said this, Linda gave him a heavy punch on his face and asked him to shut up. Van fell to the ground when he received the punch. Linda told him that they would have never accepted him if they were really scared of him. She revealed to him that they were actually worried when they first met him 7 years ago. However, when a real crisis hit the village, he protected all of them by himself. Linda told her husband that they already decided not to worry anymore. She smiled and assured him that they will get through any crisis that comes at them together like they did in the past. The villagers laughed and told Van that they will protect him for life. One of them said that he is too soft. He wondered about how he was going to handle a girl like Linda. Van stood up and faced his wife. Linda's mom told them that they need to finish the wedding. Van told the girl that he loves her. Linda told him that she loves him too. They gently kissed after saying this. Immediately they did this. The mysterious being appeared. He released his energy and said that he feels like crying. The moment he said this, a large explosion took place in the forest. When Van opened his eyes, he saw his hands covered in blood. When he raised his head up, Van saw something horrifying. The ground was filled with dead bodies. Everyone was covered in blood. Van fell to the ground and screamed out. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. He didn't understand why this was happening now. He was horrified to see the sea of bodies in front of him. He saw Linda's father, whose name is Partel, lying on the ground. He called out to her dead mother, whose name is Kara. Van did not know what to do. He stretched his hand out in fear. He said that he doesn't know what is happening. Immediately he said this. The mysterious being appeared behind him and greeted him. Van was shocked to hear his voice. The man gave him a punch that sent him flying. Van hit his body on the ground and slammed his back on a tree. The man dragged Linda's injured body on the ground and sang a song about Van hiding his Azura rune. He said that all hidden things will show eventually. Van asked him about who he is. He asked him about why he is doing this to them. The man told him that he doesn't need to know the reason. He told Van that he has business with him. He revealed to Van that there is someone who needs the true ruin of his Azura rune. He told him that he wiped out every nearby village thoroughly because survivors will be annoying to take care of. Van was shocked to hear this. The man assured him that this is nothing personal. He said that he is just doing what he was told. He asked Van not to hate him too much. Immediately he said this. He covered our boy with his energy. He revealed to him that this is a pocket dimension prison prepared for him by someone. He explained to him that 1,000 years or 10,000 years doesn't mean much in the prison. He told Van that he will let him out when the time comes. He asked him to wait and be good. He told Van that he actually doesn't know when the time will be. Van stretched out his hand, but the branches created by the man's energy held him down. He quickly turned to his wife. He saw Linda moving her mouth. She was telling him something. She gently smiled after talking to him. Van stretched out his hand when he saw her smile. Unfortunately for him, the pocket dimension prison wasn't going to let him go. Tears poured out of his eyes as the pocket dimension prison closed up. The prison took the shape of a sphere and locked Van in its dimension. Inside the prison world, we see Van lying lifeless on a huge rock. He wondered about what the man meant when he talked about the true ruin. Van always wanted to believe that there was more to his life other than a single rune. He realized that there was never a way out for him from the very start. He told himself that his very existence only brought ruin and death. He realized that there was never a way for him to escape this fate. He wondered if Partel, Kara, and Linda would have survived if he just accepted his fate a little earlier. For the first time in his life, he wanted to believe that things would be different. He wanted to try living a normal life. Van told himself that his vain hope and greedy wish killed everyone. Immediately he thought of this. Numerous spirits surrounded him from all angles. Van didn't move. He was too broken to do anything. He simply told the spirits that he was sorry. He said this thousands of times. He asked the deceased not to forgive him. Inside his head, Van wondered if a God exists. He wondered why God would inflict such a cruel fate upon him. He quickly realized that he is wasting his time. He wondered about what the gods could do for him now. He was quite tired. He was in so much pain. He was tired of life. He closed his eyes and hoped that he would die peacefully. The moment he did this, he remembered his wife telling him that it is not his fault. Even though blood was pouring out of her eyes, Linda still smiled and told her husband that she will love him forever. Van opened his eyes when he remembered this. He pushed himself up. His shirt tore apart and his hair grew longer. He disagreed with Linda and said that this is his fault. He opened his eyes, which had turned red, and asked himself about why he is searching for peace. He told himself that he is spouting nonsense. He couldn't believe that he wanted to end things and take the easy way out. He raised his head and screamed. He told himself that he cannot die yet because he still has something to do. With a horrifying look on his face, Van said that he still has to get revenge. He remembered the dead bodies he saw. He remembered people always telling him that the Azura rune invariably brings ruin. Van screamed and said that he doesn't care anymore. He said that no ruin can be worse than this. He remembered the man telling him that someone needs the true ruin of his rune. Van screamed and released a terrifying energy. He said that he will make the person feel the ruin by himself. He promised to show them what true ruin is. He remembered the village people and the family that took care of him. He asked them to give him a little more time. He promised to join them after he gets his revenge. In order to get his revenge, Van had to get out of this pocket dimension prison. He forced himself to stand up. The spirits in the prison materialized. They took the shape of monsters with numerous heads. They all charged at him at the same time. They told him that they are dead because of him. They asked him to die. Van released a dark energy. He promised to take his revenge even if it takes him 10,000 years. He swore with a face filled with pure hatred. The moment he did this, Van began to fight the demons. He used his hand and leg to damage and kill them. 200 years later, we see Van still fighting the monster. He was still tearing them apart after 400 years. 600 years later, we see the monsters take the shape of a huge, grotesque creature. It was a giant with thousands of heads. Van stood in front of this monster. He was still filled with pure hate. The boy who would walk the Azura path now danced in ruin. Although Van had gotten stronger, he still didn't know the true power of the Azura ruin. In the 999 year, we see Van charging at the huge, grotesque monster. The monster used its hand to slam our boy to the ground. Van stood up. He was covered in blood and filled with despair. Endless agony befell him. Yet the fire of vengeance in his heart did not go out. He charged at the monster. The monster raised its hands and smashed our boy's body on the ground. The entire dimension shook when it slammed Van to the ground. The monster raised its hand up. It was soaked in blood. Van was lying on the ground with his bones crushed. He was slowly losing consciousness. Our boy remembered asking Linda about her dream in a field. The girl told him that she wanted to become his wife and make her parents his in-laws. She said that she wants one son and one daughter. She stood up and revealed to him that she wants to get a home where he will always come back smiling. A gentle breeze blew and made the flowers move around her. Linda told him that she also wants to get a fence to keep him safe. She smiled and told Van that this is her dream. Van fully opened his eyes when he remembered this. The moment he did this, the true power of his rune got released. A crazy-looking demon smiled when this happened. Van screamed out in pain as his body pushed itself up. A dark energy got released from his body. His energy dragged some of the bodies on the ground and placed them on his body to create something. A huge explosion took place in the prison. When the smoke cleared up, we see Van in a new black armor. Our boy knew that this was the true power of ruin. The god of ruins, whose name is Azura, used the power of ruin to summon the armor known as helms. Van walked forward. He realized that no one would have died in the past if he had this power. He clenched his fist and took a stance. He smiled at the monster like a crazy person. He raised his hand and punched the air. His punch pierced the monster's stomach and sent it flying. It slammed its back on the ground. Van jumped and clenched his fist. He covered it with his energy. He activated the first manifested armament. He activated a technique known as Annihilation Fist through the armament. To use Annihilation Fist, Van is given a gauntlet imbued with the power to annihilate matter at the particle level. The destructive power of the technique depends on the user's mana. Van gave the monster a bone-shattering punch on its head. The monster grit its teeth, but it was unable to withstand Van's attack. Our boy crushed it with his fist and destroyed the ground. A large-scale explosion took place in the prison. In the outside world, we see a woman begging 3 bandits to spare her. She told them that she doesn't have any money. The bandits had already killed her husband. Their leader bent down and told her that he will simply take a few organs. The moment he said this, Van appeared behind him. Our boy's body was covered with different black lines which were left on him by his rune. He told the man that he has something to ask him. The leader turned around when he heard this. Van asked him about the year they are in. The man was surprised to hear this. He stood up and smiled. He placed his hand on Van's head and called him a curious young man. He told him that they are in the 1500 year. He asked him about why he is asking. Van didn't answer him. He was trying to calculate the time he spent in the prison. The man's comrade moved behind him and raised his weapon. The leader nodded at him when he saw this. The man slammed his mace on Van's head. Unfortunately for him, his mace shattered. Our boy wasn't even bothered about him. He realized that only 5 years has passed in the mortal world. The man was shocked to see what happened. The other bandits were also shocked to see what happened. With a scary look on his face, Van turned to the man who attacked him. He turned to the other two and gave them heavy punches. The men were unable to move. Van covered his fist with his gauntlet. He moved past the men and gave them light punches. However, these blows were too much for them. The upper halves of their bodies got blown away. Only their legs fell to the ground. The last man knew that he was dead. Van turned and called out to him. The man quickly answered him. With a smile on his face, our boy told the man that he has a question for him. On the continent of Aten, countless kingdoms have been founded there with the power of runecraft since ancient times. Among these kingdoms, there is a kingdom praised as the greatest kingdom in the history of Aten. This kingdom is the Zoe Kingdom. The Zoe Kingdom has dominated the continent as a hegemony for many years. They relied on their overwhelming military strength. The scene shifts, and we see Van showing the man an image of the mysterious man. The man informed him that the clothes worn by the mysterious man is only worn by sorcerers affiliated with the royal family of the Zoe Kingdom. Van asked him if he has really seen him. The man who was hanging on a tree smiled with broken teeth and assured our boy that he has seen the mysterious man. He said that he can't lie. Van asked him to share more details with him. The man revealed to him that a mercenary named Kezarak visited the leader, whose name is Digiol, and gave them a request 5 years ago. Kezarak said that the request came from some big shot. He told the leader that the request is nothing special. He explained to him that he needs to find someone and clear a few villages. He assured him that he will pay him a lot of money. He asked him if he will take it. Although Kezarak said that it is a big shot, the bandits did not expect it to be a sorcerer from the Zoe Kingdom. There was no reason for them to refuse, so they accepted the request immediately. Since they were bandits, this wasn't a big deal for them. They easily cleared the villages and left no traces behind. The man said that it was tough for them to burn all the corpses because there were so many. He told Van that they were still able to take care of them. After they were done with the job, Kezarak paid them and left immediately. Van asked the man if there was a girl with short orange hair among the corpses. The man said that there was. He told our boy that the girl caught his eyes instantly. He said that her corpse was probably burned too. He said that it was a shame because she was so pretty. He told Van that she would have fetched a high price if she was sold as a slave. The moment he said this, our boy remembered his wife and his in-laws. The man realized something odd. He asked Van about how he knew about the girl. The moment he said this, Van gave him a bone-shattering punch. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the bandit den known as Digiol Mountain Hideout. We see the bandits beating up slaves and moving them to different places. They locked some kids up in a wooden cell. One of them said that the kids are quite fresh. Another one said that they have been very rebellious. He called them trash. Their comrade told them that they sell better if they are livelier. While the bandits were carrying out their usual operations, someone knocked on their gate. One of them quickly opened a small opening in the door. He saw the face of the man who received our boy's punch. The man said that he brought drinks. He asked the guard to open the gate quickly. The guard asked him about why he is so late. He told him that he has been gone for ages. He opened the gate and asked him if he brought back something awesome. The moment he said this, he received a punch from Van on his face. Our boy threw away the head of the man who he beat up earlier. He pushed the guard inside and crushed his head. The other guard raised his mace and swung it at Van. Our boy blocked it with his hand. The man swung his mace at Van multiple times. He called him a bastard and asked him about where he crawled out from. Van easily dodged his attacks and moved closer to him. He clenched his fist and covered it with his energy. He asked the man to shut up. He gave him a bone-shattering blow and destroyed part of their gate. The bandits all turned to the gate when they heard a loud sound. They saw Van walking towards them with the head and body of their comrades. He called them insignificant pests that have gathered to play bandits. He threw the head and body of their comrades in front of them. He asked them about where their leader is. He said that he wants to talk to him. The bandits took out their weapons. They wondered if our boy has lost his mind. One of them asked him if he knows where he is. A huge man wearing a fur coat asked them to step back. One of them turned to the man who turns out to be their leader and assured him that they can handle the situation. Digiol called him an idiot and asked him if he wants to lose his life. He said that our boy is a sorcerer born with runecraft like him. He asked his subordinate to step back. He asked Van to tell him what he wants from him. Van reminded him that he did a job for a sorcerer in the Zoe Kingdom 5 years ago. The meeting was arranged by a mercenary known as Kezarak. Digiol was impressed that Van was able to get this much information out of his subordinates. He asked our boy about what he wants. Van pointed at him and asked him to tell him where Kezarak is. He assured him that he will spare them if he does this. The man told him that he will tell his corpse where Kezarak is. Immediately he said this. He covered his hand with his energy and gave Van a very powerful punch on his face. The attack sent Van flying. Digiol told our boy that he should try hiding his magic power that is covered in killing intent if he is going to lie that he will spare them. The moment he said this, his body completely transformed. Digiol has the blade rune. It gives him the ability to cover his entire body with sharp and hard blades. The bandit told Van that he is going to die there. Our boy already knew that he couldn't get through to the bandits with a conversation. He stood up and glared at the man with a scary look in his eyes. Immediately he did this. Van appeared in front of Digiol in an instant. He gave him a bone-crushing punch in his chest. The man spat out a large amount of blood. Van quickly gave him another punch. He asked Digiol if he is only this strong. The man grit his teeth out of anger. He called Van a bastard. He clenched his fist and swung it at Van. He asked him to die. Our boy easily dodged his attack by moving back. Digiol called him a rat bastard. He put his arms together and began to spin at a crazy speed. He fired his blades at Van. He told him that he won't go easy on him anymore just because he is a young sorcerer. Digiol watched as his blades hit Van. He asked him about how it feels to have his body torn apart. He believed that our boy won't be able to take a single step forward. To his surprise, Van was walking towards him. He asked our boy about how he is able to move. He asked him if he doesn't know pain. Our boy slowly covered himself in his armor. He asked Digiol not to make him laugh. He completely covered himself in his armor and said that this kind of itch can't be called pain. Digiol stopped spinning when he heard this. He gathered all his blades into his right hand and created a huge hand. He asked our boy to try to take this. Van knew that this would only peel off his skin a bit. He felt like the attack was too shallow. The level of pain it could cause was too shallow. The swamp of pain Van fell into wasn't this weak. He clenched his fist and thrust it at Digiol's fist. Unfortunately for Digiol, our boy's punch was just too powerful. His attack crushed his hand and destroyed his upper body. It destroyed everything behind him and tore through the forest. The impact of his attack cleared the sky. After he was done with Digiol, our boy turned around. He told the bandits that they need to pick up from where they left off. The men knew that they were dead. At sunset, we see several bodies lying on the ground. They all had a weapon sticking out of them. Van was sitting on the bodies. The last bandit alive informed him that Kezarak is in the Nordya Kingdom. Our boy asked him if he is certain. The man said that he is sure of it. He asked Van if he will spare him as promised. Van asked him if he promised to spare him. While shaking, the man told him that he did earlier. Van laughed and told the man that he was joking. The man nervously laughed. He said that he will take his leave. Van crushed his neck before he could move. With a scary look on his face, he told the man that he was joking when he said that he would spare him. He asked him about what he is laughing at. Later in the night, we see Van in new clothes. He was staring at something. He said that he would like to invade the Zoe Kingdom. He said that he will meet Kezarak even if it takes some time. He told the thing that he will confirm things by himself. He asked Linda and his in-laws to wait a little longer. He said that he created a little present to appease them. He asked them to manage the present even if they don't like his artistic sense. The thing our boy was looking at was a cross he made out of the bandits' bodies. Van took out a torch. He told his family that their revenge is just starting. The moment he said this, he threw the torch at the bodies and turned around. He decided to go to the Nordya Kingdom. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Nordya Kingdom. We see Van beating someone in the alley of Guild Street. The person told him that Anna Dalton will know. Van told the man that he should have said this earlier. He thanked him for the information and walked past the numerous people he beat up. Our boy tore the members of the gang apart. Now he needed to find out where Anna Dalton is. He knew that he couldn't afford to waste his time because there was no guarantee that what happened yesterday won't happen again today. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the day before. We see Van releasing a large amount of energy from his body. Our boy screamed out in pain as his energy poured out of his body. Van did not expect his magic power to be running wild. Nothing happened when he was locked up yesterday. Magic power is an unknown particle that cannot be seen with the naked eye, but it exists across the universe. The people who accumulate this magic power floating in the air within their body and manifest the ability of runecraft through the accumulated magic power are known as sorcerers. In other words, a sorcerer's body is a vessel that holds magic power. If this magic power runs wild within the sorcerer's body, the sorcerer could die. Van knew that his body could explode if his magic power continues to run wild. He realized that he must seal his magic power to stop the rampage. He placed his hand on his chest and slowly dragged his magic power back into his body. He was able to successfully take it back inside him. He fell to the ground and began to breathe heavily. He did not think that he would almost die. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the present. We see Van thinking about how he now has a very small amount of magic power. He knew that he could experience worse things other than his hair burning if he continues to abuse his magic power. In order to gain full access to his magic power, our boy decided to find out why the rampage happened in the first place. He realized that he needed to manage the small amount of magic power he had. While he was thinking, someone stood in front of him. Van asked the huge man to get out of the way. He said that he needs to pass. The huge man, whose name is Charlotte Jenny, told our boy that Madame Anna Dalton is currently using this place. He asked him to go back. Van told the man that he should have said this earlier. With a scary look on his face, he said that he has found the right place. He gave Charlotte a punch on his face. The man spat out some blood and fell to the ground. Van apologized to him and asked him to sleep for a while. He went into the building, which turns out to be a bathhouse. He saw 3 men wearing a blindfold standing in front of a big hot spring. The men were surprised to see him. The woman inside the hot spring also did not expect to see him. She wondered about what Charlotte was doing. She asked Van if he won't get out. Van carefully moved his hand. He told the woman that he is looking for a mercenary named Kezarak. He said that he heard someone there knows the man. The woman found it amazing that someone would go around calling Kezarak by name. She called Van a brat and told him that he is going to die without anyone knowing. Due to her reaction, our boy was certain that he had found the right person. He asked her to tell him everything about Kezarak. The woman laughed and called Van a crazy bastard. She ordered her men to rip his mouth off and bring it to her. The woman smoking a pipe is Anna Dalton. She is the #1 information broker in Nordya Kingdom. Her men accepted her order and released their magic powers. They began to transform. Their bodies became much bigger and stronger. It got covered with fur. The men transformed into werewolves with 5 eyes. They charged at Van together. Our boy slowly removed the cloth he tied around his hand to hide the lines on his body. He said that he wanted to talk about it. He didn't know why people make things hard every time. He dodged one of the wolves' attack and gave him a punch on his head. He gave another one a powerful blow in his stomach. The attack sent the werewolf flying. Immediately he did this. The 3rd werewolf attacked him for the side. Our boy dodged the attack. The werewolf's hand hit the wall. Another one tried to hit Van from the side. Our boy was able to dodge it by moving back. He covered his hand with his energy and raised his head up to see the 2 werewolves. He charged at them at a crazy speed and attacked them with a bone-crushing punch. His punch obliterated the werewolves and created a huge hole in the building. Van turned to Anna and asked her if she wants to have a peaceful conversation now. The woman did not expect him to be a sorcerer. She revealed to him that Kezarak is not there anymore. Our boy asked her about where he went to. Anna referred to him as a punk and told him that she is someone who sells information for a living. She explained to him that she can't tell him anything until she gets paid. Van asked her about how much she wants. Anna stood up and asked him about why he is suddenly acting sensible. Van explained to her that he is not a murderer. He said that he killed those men because they were trying to kill him. He told her that he is ready to pay a fair price if she can provide him the right information. Anna revealed to him that information about Kezarak and his current whereabouts will cost him 10,000 gold. She said that this is a fair price for the information. Van was surprised to hear the amount. He said that this is a lot of money. He told the woman that he did not expect it to be this expensive. Anna gently cleaned her hands. She told Van that she can't share any information with him if he cannot pay her. Our boy turned around and asked her to wait patiently. Anna was surprised to hear this. She asked him if he has a way to make the money. She asked him about why he is looking for Kezarak. She asked him if Kezarak killed his family. Van opened the door and asked her to mind her own business. With a scary look on his face, he told the woman that he might be forced to tear her mouth apart. He shut the door and left the building after saying this. Anna smiled and said that he is so scary. In the next scene, we are taken to Mercenary Street. We see Van register himself as a mercenary. He asked the attendant about when he can get started. The attendant, who appears to be a being from a different race, explained to Van that mercenaries get a lot of work, but it takes time for rookies to get anything because experienced veterans are assigned jobs first. Although it might take some time for him to gather the money he needed, our boy was ready to wait. He already needed a legit way to make a lot of money. He had actually thought of threatening Anna to get the information he needed, but he could sense that the woman was not ordinary. Van didn't see the need in increasing his enemies. He remembered that his Auntie Kara always advised him to make money through legit means. While Van was thinking, a girl wearing a hood approached the front desk and said that she wants to make a request. She said that she needs a mercenary with no experience. The man pointed at Van and said that he is a new mercenary who just registered now. The girl quickly turned to him. She asked Van about who he is. Our boy told her that he is the rookie who just registered. The girl said that her request is simple. She took off her hood and showed her beautiful face. She told Van that she simply wants him to take responsibility for one night. This girl is Leonati. She is 18 years old. The attendant and Van were surprised to hear what she said. Our boy turned to the side and called her a crazy woman. The attendant advised her to go to a brothel if she needs such services. Audie told them that it is a misunderstanding. She explained to Van that she is trying to hire an escort. Our boy walked forward and ignored her. Audie asked him to make a decision after hearing the compensation. Van told her that he hates the fact that his employer is already out of her mind. A huge fat man approached Audie and told her that he will take the job. He asked her about how much she wants to pay. Audie revealed to him that the pay is 10,000 gold. Van stopped walking when he heard this. Audie apologized to the man and told him that she can't hire a veteran with a well-known face like his. The man assured her that he is better than a rookie. Audie declined his offer. The man grabbed her hands and told her that he is better than Van. The woman asked him to let her go. The man was annoyed to hear this. He called her a frustrating young woman and told her that she should be thankful he is offering to take the job. Van moved close to him and referred to him as trash. He asked him to take his hands off the woman. The man was surprised to hear this. With a serious look on his face, Van referred to him as filthy trash and asked him to get his hands off his precious employer's body. The scene shifts and we are taken to a forest. We see some masked people burning some civilians. A man begged them to spare his son, but the men didn't listen. They burnt all of them alive. After they were done, they moved close to their leader. One of them informed him that it is just a peasant house. He said that the peasants don't have anything valuable. He told his boss that they will still be able to make some money if they sell the organs of the peasants. The man from a different race asked his subordinate to do as he wishes. He asked him about the job they took yesterday. He asked him if they will be snatching a daughter of the Leon household. The man told him that he is correct. The leader asked him to pick the 3 best men and keep them on standby. With a smile on his creepy face, the leader asked the man to hang the young boy he tortured. The boy was bleeding from every part of his body, and he had wires sticking out of him. The subordinate said that he will have the men on standby immediately. The leader asked him not to do it again. He activated his rune and used it to raise the man. While struggling to gain control of his body, the man asked his leader, whose name is Merkel, if he did something wrong. Merkel told him that he did nothing wrong. He said that the boy he played with is not enough to satisfy him. He smiled with his razor-sharp teeth and told the man that it will be perfect if he dissects him and hangs him next to the boy. The man screamed out in pain. The scene shifts and we see Van eating some steak. Audie was sitting in front of him. She seemed to be worried. She slammed her hand on the table. Van did not know why she did this. He asked her if the food does not suit her taste. Audie was shocked to hear this. She asked him about how he can swallow food like that. She asked him to stop using a person as a chair. Our boy was using the fat man that he beat up earlier as a chair. He asked Audie if she doesn't want to try using the man as a chair too. The woman said that she doesn't. She asked Van to let him go. She remembered how Van easily beat up the man. Our boy kicked him several times and asked him not to splash his bodily fluid on his precious employer. Audie had to be the one to hold him back. She told him that the man was going to die. The man begged our boy to spare him. Although our boy was rough, he was a skilled newbie with no paper trail. He was the perfect mercenary that Audie needed. Van got a chair and sat properly. He said that his other chair was comfy. Audie asked him not to treat people like objects. Our boy decided to get to business. He asked Audie about how far he has to take her as an escort. The woman told him that he is guarding her to the border of the Awana kingdom. She said that they will cut through the forest so that they can get there in a day. Van found it odd that she would spend 10,000 gold on a simple escort. He told the woman that he has a bad feeling that this ties to something dangerous. He glared at her and said that this might involve some powerful house or a fugitive. He asked her to share her identity with him. Audie revealed to him that she is the daughter of a somewhat wealthy man. She said that her father dotes on her a lot. Van wasn't convinced. He moved his face close to hers to see if she was lying. Audie told him that she can hire someone else if he is really suspicious. Our boy quickly moved away from her. He told her that he can never be suspicious of his precious employer. Audie was shocked to see how his attitude changed. Van asked her about when she would like to leave. Audie said that it will be good to leave early. Van told her that they can go now. Audie was surprised to hear this. Our boy said that he doesn't want to waste his client's valuable time. Audie did not expect to hear this. In the next scene, we are taken to the Gassiolso Mountains. We see our boy and Audie walking through the forest. The woman mentioned that they are halfway through the forest. Audie was relieved to see that everything was going well. She wondered if she even needed to hire a mercenary. The moment she thought of this, Van asked her to stop. Audie was surprised to hear this. She asked him if something is wrong. Van asked her to be quiet. He could feel magic power in the area. Magic power is also known as mana. Our boy closed his eyes and focused on his senses. He could feel the energy of 3 people sprinting towards them. He quickly realized that they were 4. He could sense Merkel's presence. He was certain that the man was dangerous. Merkel sensed Van's presence. He raised his hand and told our boy that peeking is bad. He fired an attack at him. Van quickly opened his eyes. He grabbed Audie and jumped back. Merkel ordered his men to capture the Leon family's daughter. Audie asked Van about what happened. Our boy explained to her that it was simply a warning shot. He said that the real one is coming. The moment he said this, he turned to the side. He saw Merkel's men coming towards them. 2 men attacked Van with their blades. Our boy blocked the attacks with his hands. The 3rd man quickly moved close to Audie. He wanted to grab her. Van sensed his presence. He pushed the other 2 back and gave the man a heavy kick in his chest. The kick crushed his body. The man fell to the ground and lost consciousness. The other 2 assassins quickly swung their blades at Van. Our boy dodged it and grabbed Audie. He moved back with her. After creating some distance between them, Van turned to the men. He removed the cloth on his hands and asked Audie not to move under any circumstances. He released his energy when he said this. Audie became nervous. She accepted his order. Van asked the men if they are bandits. One of them asked Van to leave Audie and back away quietly. He promised to let him go if he does this. Our boy smiled and told the man that he will leave if he pays him 10,000 gold. The man called him a fool. The man and his comrade charged at Van. The men swung their blades at him at a crazy speed. Van blocked their attacks and kept up with their speed. He was still able to attack them. The men made their attacks faster, but our boy was still able to keep up. He blocked their attacks without getting a cut on his body. Van carefully moved back after testing the men. One of them said that he was worried that he would be a sorcerer. He told Van that he is just a brat. Our boy released his energy and said that he was just being careful. He told the men that he didn't expect them to be so stupid. Immediately he said this, he appeared in front of them and gave them several punches at a ridiculous speed. He gathered his energy in his fist and gave them a bone-crushing punch. His punch tore the men apart and blew away the things around them. The men's bodies were completely destroyed. Only their legs were left. Van called them a bunch of clowns. Audie could not believe her eyes. She believed that Van was younger than her. She wondered about how he was this powerful. She knew that her father would be shocked and thrilled if he saw this. The moment she thought of this, someone said that sorcerers often gauge each other's mana because the amount of mana a sorcerer has often matches his skill level. Van was surprised to hear the person's voice. He turned to him and told him that he thought he ran away because he stayed hidden for so long. The person he was talking to was Merkel. Merkel was surprised to see that Van had the same amount of mana as him even though he is just a kid. He wondered if our boy was born with it. He said that he will have to dissect him. With a creepy smile on his face, the crazy man told Van that a sorcerer like him must have amazing organs. Merkel is also known as the Mad Anatomist. He is the leader of the Merkel gang. The gang is involved in murder, human trafficking, kidnapping, and other heinous crimes. Merkel told Van that he will dissect him painlessly if he hands over Audie. Our boy asked him to screw off. Merkel raised his hand and asked him to die. He fired his energy at him, then called out to Audie. He asked her if she was lying when she called herself an ordinary merchant's daughter. Audie was shocked to hear this. She didn't know what to say. Van asked her to save her excuse. He said that he is not interested in listening to it. He grabbed her clothes and moved her in front of him. Audie was shocked to see what Van did. The attack was about to hit her. She called Van a bastard. Merkel was shocked to see Audie in front of Van. He could tell that our boy was serious about letting her take the hit. Before his attack could reach Audie, Merkel stopped it. With a look of anger on his face, the man called Van a crazy bastard. Audie told our boy that she almost died. Merkel asked Van if he isn't Audie's bodyguard. Audie called him a lunatic and reminded him that she is his employer. Van wasn't listening to her. He saw that Merkel twisted the direction of his attack in an instant. He realized that the man was a sorcerer that was skilled in manipulating mana. He understood that Merkel's goal isn't to kill Audie. He wanted to capture her. Van could not believe that Merkel wanted to take away his money. While he was thinking, Audie called out to him. She asked him if he is listening. Our boy told her that he will overlook her lie for now. Audie could not believe that he just brushed off the fact that he tried to kill her. Van moved close to her and asked her to stop arguing. He told her that he is going to throw her. He asked her to land safely on her own and hide like a mouse. He asked her if she understands. Audie was shocked to hear this. She couldn't believe that he wanted to throw her. Van asked her to relax. He assured her that she won't die. The moment he said this, he grabbed her clothes and threw her into the air with a large amount of force. He sent the woman away from the area. Merkel released his mana and asked the woman about where she is running to. He quickly began to run. Before he could get past Van, our boy grabbed his leg and asked him about where he is going. He clenched his fist and covered it with his energy. He dragged Merkel back and gave him a heavy punch on his face. He quickly changed his stance and gave the man another heavy punch in his stomach. Merkel got pushed back, but he was able to quickly regain his balance. He laughed like a madman. Van noticed something odd about the man. He was certain that his attacks landed on the man, but he could feel like they were blocked by something. Merkel smiled with his razor-sharp teeth. He told Van that he will carve him up and go after Audie. He asked our boy to look forward to it. He assured him that it will be an electrifying experience. The runecraft in Merkel's possession is the psychokinesis rune. His rune allows him to manipulate an object's physical state with mana. He also has the ability to discharge power in an instantaneous burst like a shockwave. Merkel raised his hand and fired an attack at Van. Our boy quickly moved to the side to dodge the attack. Merkel charged at him with this opportunity and gave him a punch when he got close to him. Van used his arms to block the attack. He realized that Merkel was good at hand-to-hand combat, and his body was clad in psychokinetic energy. Van quickly took a stance and gave the man a heavy punch in his stomach. The attack didn't move Merkel. He raised his hand and pointed it at Van. Our boy quickly moved away from Merkel's sight. The man fired his energy immediately. Van moved. Our boy quickly swung his fist at him. His attack was blocked by a shield. Merkel created the formidable shield with his psychokinetic energy. Upon seeing that his fist couldn't reach the man, our boy moved back. He did not like this annoying runecraft. He took a look at his arm. He noticed something odd. Merkel told our boy that he is wasting his time. He said that their mana may be at similar levels, but the abilities of their runes are worlds apart. Van wasn't really listening to the man. He was more focused on his arm. Merkel told him that he can take him in if he wants to work for him. He assured Van that he can earn several times the amount that Audie is offering him if he works for him. Van revealed to him that Audie agreed to pay him 10,000 gold. Merkel laughed when he heard this. He revealed to Van that they can get this kind of chump change by attacking 2 villages. He told our boy that he is getting paid a small amount for his skills. With a scary tone in his voice, Van asked him about what he means by attacking villages. With a smile on his face, Merkel said that he is involved in things like assassination, kidnapping, robbery, and human trafficking. He said that they do everything without asking questions and make a lot of money. He asked Van if he is interested. Our boy smiled when he heard this. He began to laugh like a crazy person. Merkel believed that Van was laughing because he liked what he heard. He said that he is such a good judge of character. Van released his mana. He told Merkel that he is laughing at himself for actually talking to him. The man was surprised to hear this. Van took a stance. He couldn't believe that he was actually having a conversation with a worthless vermin. With a scary look on his face, he told Merkel that he has decided to tear his limbs apart until he is unrecognizable. Merkel was annoyed to hear this. He called Van an insolent bastard. He couldn't believe that Van was acting like this when he offered him an opportunity. Before he could do anything, our boy appeared in front of him. He began to punch his shield. Merkel asked him about what he is doing. He reminded him that he said that he can't break his shield. Van didn't listen to the man. He made his punches faster. He began to slowly push Merkel back. His attacks gradually became stronger. His punches began to crack the shield. He was able to completely shatter it. Merkel was shocked to see this. Van gave him a punch on his arm. His attack blew away Merkel's entire arm. The man screamed out in pain. Van didn't give him the chance to rest. He gave him another heavy punch on his chest. His attack sent the man flying. He crashed on the ground. Merkel called Van an insolent bastard. He told him that he is no longer interested in his organs. He pushed himself up and told Van that he will pay the price for rejecting his mercy. Immediately he said this. He released his mana. He concentrated his mana into a triangle-shaped attack. He asked Van to be reduced to dust. He smiled and fired an attack known as Psychokinetic Blood Strike at our boy. The powerful energy got fired at Van at a crazy speed. It destroyed the things around them. Merkel was shocked to see that Van was still standing. He was certain that they had similar mana levels. He couldn't believe that Van stopped his psychokinesis with one hand. Our boy found it funny that Merkel thought that they had similar mana levels. He released his mana and called Merkel an idiotic bastard. Merkel instantly felt Van's horrifying mana. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. He couldn't believe that Van possessed such a ridiculous amount of mana. Van appeared in front of him in an instant. He asked him to fall to hell. He activated the Annihilation Fist and gave Merkel several punches before he could even react. He gave the man a bone-crushing punch and used it to tear a hole in his chest. Immediately he did this. Our boy picked up his cloth from the ground and wrapped it around his arms. He simply walked forward. The moment he did this, the ground and everything around Merkel got destroyed. A huge explosion took place in the area. Our boy didn't even bother to look back. He decided to fetch his employer. Runecraft can be used in different ways. It can grant users the power to arm their entire body with blades. Some people can transcend space and time, and others can even tear through land and cut mountains with their power. Runecrafts are supernatural forces that defy the divine order of the universe and surpass the laws of physics. Among all this runecrafts, the one called the Azura rune is labeled as the worst in history. However, due to the actions of the boy who wields the rune, a new history is being written on the continent of Aten. In the next scene, we see Van find Audie sitting next to a tree. Audie quickly stood up and moved close to Van. She asked him if he was crazy. She asked him to tell her why he would just throw someone away like that. Van slammed his hand on the tree behind her. Audie became scared. With a scary look on his face, our boy reminded her that she is hiding something from him. Audie became quiet. Van asked her not to worry about it. He said that he is not very curious. He asked the woman to give him the money she promised since he brought her to her destination safely. Audie quickly took out a bag full of gold and gave it to Van. She told him that there is 10,000 gold in the bag. Van turned around and told her that he is leaving. Audie called out to him. Our boy stopped walking and turned to her. The woman hesitated and said that it is nothing. Van walked forward and said that he is really leaving. Audie wanted to take our boy to her family, but she didn't want to drag such a young mercenary into the war. She felt bad about letting Van go. She turned around and decided to return to her family. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Anna Dalton's third residence in the Nordya Kingdom. We see Van throw the cash on the ground in front of Anna. The woman was impressed. She believed that Van had someone backing him. Our boy asked her to give him the information he requested for. Anna told him that she will only take half of his money. Van did not expect to hear this. Anna revealed to him that she failed to track down Kezarak. She said that the man is incredibly thorough. She told Van that she will tell him about Kezarak and anyone who might know where he is. Our boy asked her to tell him quickly. Anna asked him if he has ever heard of a mercenary group called Tease. Van said that he hasn't. Tease is a mercenary group that is involved in various crimes like murder, kidnapping, human trafficking, assassination, infiltration, and more. The leader of Tease is Kezarak. The mercenary group started to become famous around 5 years ago. Now their influence is so great that they can dominate a small frontier nation. Anna explained to Van that it is currently hard for her to find the main base of T's, and it has become difficult to get Kezerak's whereabouts. She told Van that she is not the kind of woman who would easily give up. She revealed to him that she has found the location and whereabouts of one of the T's executives. She took out a poster of the executive and showed it to Van. She told him that he will immediately recognize the man thanks to the long scar on his face. This man is a brutal assassin born with the concealing rune. He has never failed to take out his targets. Van believed that the man will know where Kezerak is. He asked Anna to tell him where the man is. The woman revealed to him that the assassin is in Valhild City in the Bogra Kingdom. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Valhild City. We are taken to Merkel's group base. We see several dead bodies on the ground outside. Inside the base, we see more bodies on the ground. A man chased after some men with a weapon. The man easily cut down the men. One of Merkel's subordinates turned around when he saw the man who was killing his comrades. He asked the killer about why he is attacking them. The executive with the long scar on his face told the man that he is just doing what he was told. He said that he might have been given the order because their group failed the mission given to them by Kezerak. The man told him that no one mentioned that the woman was protected by such a monstrous bastard. He told the executive that they lost their chief because of him. The executive apologized to him. He explained to him that they didn't think that Merkel would be defeated by some frontier mercenary. The man couldn't believe that the assassin killed almost all of them because of a single failure. The assassin asked the man to think of it as punishment. He told him that they are both low-level killers. The man laughed when he heard this. He asked the assassin to screw off. Immediately he said this. He ordered the rest of his men to attack the assassin. The men quickly jumped out of hiding and charged at the assassin. The man told the assassin that he will be the one to die there. He raised his hand and activated his rune. The man uses the touch rune. It allows him to create a huge hand made of mana that can be freely manipulated. The moment the man activated his rune, he used the huge hand to hold the assassin down. He let his comrades get close to the assassin before they could swing their blades at him. The assassin apologized to them for what he was about to do. Immediately he did this. He activated his concealing rune and disappeared. Everyone was shocked to see this. They couldn't believe their eyes. The assassin appeared behind the man using the rune in an instant. The man quickly turned around when he sensed his presence. He realized that he was screwed. A while later, we see the assassin walk out of the building. He saw a man waiting for him outside. The man asked him if he has taken care of everything. The assassin asked the man if he cannot see that he is covered in blood. He told him that he can go inside to check by himself. The man said that he cannot do such a thing. He told the assassin that he must have handled it as clean as he usually does. The assassin asked him to get lost if he has confirmed everything. The man informed him that an investigation is being carried out on the mercenary who killed Merkel. He told him that the mercenary has black scars around his eyes and neck, due to the fact that the man was telling him about Van. The assassin asked him if our boy is now a target. The man laughed and told him that he is correct. He told the assassin that this is why Kezerak won't let him go. The assassin asked him to shut up. The man said that he will inform Kezerak about what happened today. After saying this, he disappeared. After the man left, the assassin took out a cigarette and placed it in his mouth. He looked at the moon and thought about how Van has black scars on his eyes and neck. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Anna's house. Ben said that the Bogra Kingdom is close by. He told Anna that he has one more question. With a scary look on his face, Ben asked her to tell him the name of the executive. Immediately, he asked his question. We see the assassin thinking about how the number of people he has to kill keeps increasing. The assassin is known as Hoxa. He is an executive of the T's mercenary group. In the next scene, we see a young boy and girl nervously standing in front of something. The girl asked the boy whose name is Maget if there is any way for them to get out of this situation. A huge snake-like monster with an open intestine stood in front of the boy and girl. The monster had a huge set of teeth in its intestines. This snake monster glared at the two children. Maget told the girl that he doesn't have any ideas. The snake monster hissed at the children and raised its gigantic hands. Before the monster could crush them, someone charged at it. The person jumped and clenched his fist. The person turned out to be Van. Our boy tore through the monster's intestine with his fist. The monster was unable to react to his attack. Its body tore apart, and its flesh spilled out. The two kids were shocked to see this. The monster fell to the ground in front of them. Van wore a hood and moved close to the children. He asked them if they are all right. With a shaky tone in her voice, the girl told him that they are fine. She thanked him for his help. Van turned to the sky to see numerous flying monsters that were above them. He told the kids that the area is crawling with monsters. He advised them to leave immediately. The girl told him that she wants to repay him for saving them. Van asked her not to worry about it. The girl told him that they can't just let him leave. She asked him to join them for a meal. Megat agreed with her. He told Van that their shop is nearby. Van declined their offer. He told them that he is actually looking for a shop around the area. The blonde girl, whose name is Ofen, asked him about the name of the shop. She said that they know every shop around the area. Van revealed to her that he is searching for a tavern called the Blue Knight. He asked her if she has heard of it. The girl was surprised to hear this. She revealed to Van that this is the name of their tavern. Megat found it surprising that someone was searching for their tavern. He said that it is not a place people usually look for. Ofen asked him to shut up. She moved close to Van and introduced herself to him as the cook of the tavern. She introduced Megat as her younger brother. She referred to our boy as Savior and asked him about his name. Van told the girl that his name is Ban. Ofen asked him to follow them. In the next scene, we see Van and the kids arrive at the Blue Knight Tavern, which is on the outskirts of the Bogra Kingdom. Ofen waved to a boy she saw outside. The boy asked her about why they were gone for so long. He told her that they have already finished preparing all the ingredients. Two little girls moved close to Ofen and hugged her. Ofen apologized to the boy and informed him that they ran into a monster on their way back. The boy was shocked to hear this. He grabbed her shoulder and asked her if they are all right. Ofen assured him that they are fine. She told him that a kind person saved them. The boy asked her about what she means. Ofen turned to Van. She asked the boy to greet him. She introduced Van to the boy, whose name is Hosea. She revealed to him that our boy was on his way to their shop. Hosea was surprised to hear this. He asked her about why Van wants to come to the Blue Knight. Ofen asked him to shut up. Our boy went into the well-maintained tavern with the kids. Ofen asked him to seat anywhere he likes. Van asked her if the place is run by kids. The girl turned to him and told him that they actually live there. Van curiously asked her about what she means. Ofen revealed to him that they are not a real family. She said that they came from different kingdoms. She said that the little girls, whose names are Lily and Ein, lost their parents in the war. Hosea's village got destroyed by monsters, and Megat's family were killed by mercenaries. These children should have been dead a long time ago, but they were saved by a man. The man was the one who brought them there and took care of them. Ofen said that the man is the owner of this tavern and their first savior. She wondered about where he was. Hosea said that the owner is probably sleeping because he got back from work late yesterday. Ofen said that she will wake him up. She asked Van to make himself at home. As she walked towards the stairs, she wondered why their savior was sleeping when they have a visitor. She went into the man's room and called out to him. She asked him about how long he plans on sleeping. The man gently moved and asked her to give him a little more time. Ofen asked him to get up in order for him to calm Megat down. She revealed to him that they almost got killed by a monster they ran into on their way back. She said that Megat is probably shaken up. The man quickly jumped out of the bed. He asked her if she is all right. Ofen told him that she is fine. She said that a kind person saved them. The man turned out to be Hoxa. He was surprised to hear about some kind person. Ofen revealed to him that the person was on his way to their shop. Hoxa realized that it would be rude for him to just stay in his room. He decided to greet Van. Ofen told him that this is a good idea. He went downstairs with the girl. Ofen pointed at Van when they got downstairs. Hoxa walked up to our boy and told him that he heard about how he saved the kids. He thanked Van for his help. Van told him that he was simply passing by. He said that things took an interesting turn of events. Hoxa did not understand what he meant. Van carefully directed his killing intent at the man and told him that he looks very much like the person he is looking for. The assassin was shocked to feel our boy's mana. He sat down and said that this is impossible. He told Van that he is just the owner of an unpopular tavern in the middle of nowhere. Our boy revealed to him that an informant told him that the owner of the tavern is an amazing cook. Hoxa understood what he meant. He said that he did not expect to get a referral. Van told him that he would like to see his skills by himself. Hoxa told him that the children tend to get rowdy when he is in the kitchen. He said that they will disturb his rest. Van suggested that they meet early in the morning tomorrow if he is worried about the children. Hoxa said that the children will be fast asleep around that time. He accepted Van's offer. Van told him that he will sleep early tonight. The man told him that he made a wise decision. He moved close to Ofen and asked her to show Van to a spare room. Ofen smiled and told the man that she has never seen him warm up to someone so quickly. She asked him if he is all right. Hoxa forced himself to smile and turned to the girl. He told her that he and Van are the same. He said that they both understand each other. Later in the night, we see Ofen showing Van his room. She asked him to let her know if he needs anything. After saying this, the girl turned around. Before she could leave, Van called out to her. He asked her not to thank him. He told her that he didn't save her on purpose. Ofen found this funny. She said that Hoxa also said the same thing when he saved her. She asked Van to rest well. She left the room after saying this. Our boy felt bad when he heard this. Later in the midnight, we see Hoxa at Van's doorstep. He was carrying his blade. He stepped into Van's room and found him sleeping on the bed. He quickly thrust his blade at our boy. Before his blade could reach him, Van opened his eyes and grabbed it with his hand. Hoxa was surprised to see this. Van quickly gave him a punch. Hoxa used his blade to block the punch, but he got pushed back. Van got up and told Hoxa that he has been waiting for him. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see Hoxa talking to someone with a device. The person's face appeared like a hologram. He informed the man that a sorcerer with black scars on his eyes and neck is in his tavern. He said that the sorcerer suspected of killing Merkel is in his tavern right now. The man said that this will save him a lot of trouble. He asked Hoxa to summon him with the formation right now. Hoxa said that Van might sense something and try to run away. He told his comrade that he will make sure Van can't escape before he summons him. The man told him that he will be waiting for him. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the present. We see Van telling Hoxa that he has a disgusting behavior. He found it disgusting that the man would take in children and secretly kill people behind the scenes. Hoxa apologized to Van for not being able to be a better adult to him. Our boy asked him to save his excuses. With a scary look on his face, Van asked Hoxa to tell him where Kezarak is. The assassin was shocked to hear this. He realized that Van came there already knowing everything about Tease. He told him that he can't tell him where his boss is. Our boy told him that he understands. He raised his leg up and took a stance. He told Hoxa that he wants to see if he can still say this after he cuts off his limbs. The assassin released his mana and told Van that he will pretend as if he never saw him if he turns back now. Our boy reminded him that he just tried to kill him earlier. Hoxa said that he understands. He took out a paper containing several words. He used his mana to activate the formation on the paper. The moment he did this, our boy got dragged into the formation. He found himself in a different place. He was in a cave that had no entrance. The only open space there was the ceiling. Van carefully looked around the tall cave. He realized that the cave was created with a formation. He remembered hearing about formations from Partel. A formation is a runecraft power inscribed into letters or images. When mana is poured into a formation, the stored power can be unleashed. Formations are usually cast by using paper as a medium, but they can also be set up using certain places or objects. Our boy wondered about where Hoxa went. He wondered if he ran away. Immediately he thought of this. Hoxa swung a blade at his head. Van was able to dodge the blade, but he got a cut on his cheek. He sensed mana in the blade that he dodged. He quickly moved back to dodge multiple slashes. He created some distance between himself and the blade. He charged at the location. He sensed Hoxa's presence and thrust his fist at it. His hand destroyed the wall, but he wasn't able to reach the assassin. Our boy noticed that the man's presence has vanished again. The moment he thought of this, the assassin appeared next to him and advised him not to turn his back on his opponent. Van was shocked to hear his voice. Hoxa thrust his blade at Van. Our boy was able to dodge it by bending his head. He quickly jumped back in order to create some distance between himself and the assassin. He realized that he can't see Hoxa with his naked eyes, and he can't sense his presence. He couldn't even hear a sound in the cave. He knew that this was Hoxa's runecraft. The assassin stood at the top of the ceiling. He put another blade on his other arm and put them together. The assassin uses a concealing rune. It allows him to erase his presence completely. Hoxa activated his rune and charged at Van from above. Our boy was able to dodge it by running fast. Although it was hard for him to dodge attacks in this narrow cave, it was even harder for him to locate the man. The moment he thought of this, he jumped in order to dodge Hoxa's blade. He quickly moved back. He clenched his fist and moved forward at a crazy speed. He was moving close to the invisible assassin. Hoxa was shocked to see Van coming at him. He quickly realized that our boy has figured out his location. Before he could move, Van grabbed his neck and raised him up. He told him that hiding his body won't help him because he can still see his mana. One of his eyes turned black when he said this. The eye is his second manifested armament. It is known as the Truth Eye. The eye allows him to perceive even the faintest mana that is undetectable to normal senses. Hoxa could not believe what was happening. Van slammed his body to the ground with a large amount of force. The impact of the attack destroyed the ground. Hoxa spat out some blood and rested his back on the wall. He told Van that he is the second rune caster to find him with mana alone in his 40 years as an assassin. Van asked him to tell him where Kezarek is. Hoxa asked him to tell him what he thinks of his kids. He said that they are quite adorable. Unfortunately for him, Van was not ready for his nonsense. He grabbed his arm and asked him to tell him where his boss is. He removed his arm and asked him to answer him. The assassin screamed out in pain while breathing heavily. He said that he has murdered countless people because of Kezarek's order. He said that he is a man beyond forgiveness. Our boy placed his hand on his other arm. He told Hoxa that he will rip off his other arm if he confesses to him one more time. Hoxa said that he cannot die, yet even if everyone condemns him. He said that he hasn't protected the children yet. He asked Van to accept his apology. Immediately he said this. He took out another paper and inserted his mana into it. Our boy was surprised to see another formation. A portal appeared above Hoxa. A monster jumped out of the portal and gave Van a blow in his chest. The attack pushed him back. Hoxa's comrade was on the monster. He said that he has finally found our boy. Van gently cleaned the blood on his lips. With a menacing look in his eyes, he called out to the man and asked him if he cannot see that they are talking. Van noticed that he was bleeding in his stomach. He realized that the monster's claw went into him. The man carefully looked at Van to see if he was his target. The fact that our boy was able to drive Hoxa to this point convinced him that Van is the one who killed Merkel. Hoxa pushed himself up. He advised his comrade to be careful. He informed him that Van found him with his rune. He said that he can't even guess his level as a sorcerer. The man was impressed when he heard this. He did not think that someone so young would be this powerful. Van called out to the man. He asked him if he is willing to answer his questions. The masked man asked Hoxa about what our boy is talking about. Hoxa revealed to him that Van asked for Kezarek's location. The man laughed and apologized to Van. He took off his mask. With a creepy smile on his face, the man told Van that there is no one who will answer his question. This bald man's name is Bridgeton. He is also an executive of Tees. Van realized that he couldn't talk things out with the man. He charged at the bald man. He clenched his fist when he got close to him. The monster behind Bridgeton clenched its fist when it saw Van. It quickly attacked our boy before he could touch Bridgeton. Van was able to block its attack with his fist. Immediately he did this. Hoxa appeared behind him. Our boy quickly turned to see the man. Hoxa swung his blade at him. Van jumped to dodge the man's blade. The monster's fist hit the ground when Van went up. Our boy clenched his fist and swung it at the monster while he was in the air. The monster raised its hand to block his attack. Van told it that it is not wise to block his attack. Immediately he said this. He slammed the monster's hand to the ground and destroyed it with his punch. The monster screamed out in pain. Our boy ran forward the moment he landed on the ground. Bridgeton smiled at him. He told him that he has achieved remarkable things as a young sorcerer. He gathered his mana in his hand and asked Van to tell him what he will do next. He revealed to him that the amount of monsters he controls is not limited to one. The moment he said this, several monsters came out of portals in the air. Bridgeton used his rune to bring them down. Bridgeton has the summoning rune. It allows the user to summon a subspace connected to another dimension. This makes it possible for him to store and retrieve anything he needs. Our boy saw the monsters coming towards him. He believed that it didn't matter because he could destroy them all with his attacks. Before he could do anything, Hoxa attacked him. He told Van that he let his guard down. He landed 2 cuts on Van's knees. This made Van lose his balance. The huge monsters fell upon our boy and pressed him down. Van was unable to move. The monsters held him down with their bodies. Bridgeton moved close to him. He was amazed to see that Van was all right. He told him that one of these monsters is enough to crush a normal sorcerer. He couldn't believe that Van was not injured. He asked him about the type of rune he uses. He asked him if it is body enhancement. Van told him that he is the only one allowed to ask questions. He advised the man to give him the answer he wants. Bridgerton smiled when he heard this. He told him that he likes his fiery personality. He offered to make Van an assassin of T's assassination squad. With a creepy smile on his face, he raised his hand and activated his rune. He told Van that he has to first make him his slave. Bridgerton has another rune known as the Domination Rune. It is a rune that allows the user to invade a target's inner world. The user will destroy the existing version of the person and reshape their identity into whatever they wish. Van was shocked to see that the man had two different runes. Bridgerton quickly placed his hand on our boy's head. He told him that he will soon be reborn. The moment he said this, Bridgerton found himself in a world covered with red clouds. Even the ground was red. The man wondered about where he was. He quickly realized that he was in Van's inner world. Bridgerton had turned countless monsters and sorcerers into his slaves with his domination rune, and he has never failed before. He believed that he would always be able to take over his opponent's mind no matter how strong they are. When the man turned around, he saw a huge demon carrying a huge sword. The demon was smiling at him. Other demons appeared around the man. They stood on opposite sides and held flags and weapons. It was an army of demons. Bridgerton always believed that he would win, but he didn't know that he had come across someone he shouldn't have met. A boy who was neither living nor dead. A boy who survived with nothing but vengeance on his mind and endured 1,000 long years in a deep and dark abyss of pain. In the middle of the demon army, something with long hair came down from the sky. The thing moved close to the sorcerer. He was horrified when he looked into its eyes. He couldn't even run. This demon looked like the Azura rune on Van's back. The demon smiled at the sorcerer. Bridgerton didn't think that he would meet this kind of thing in someone's inner world. He didn't know the kind of world that Van had created in his mind after suffering for so long. The demon stopped smiling at the man. Its head became bigger. It manifested thousands of faces. Bridgerton became terrified when he saw this. He got devoured by the demon. He quickly got dragged back to reality. He began to breathe heavily. While he was struggling to catch his breath, Van called out to him. He released his mana and told him that it is quite rude for him to peek into someone else's mind. Bridgerton was shocked to hear this. He called our boy a monster. Van dragged his hand out and gave the man a punch on his chest. Bridgerton screamed out as blood gushed out of his hand. Hoxa couldn't believe what was happening. He couldn't believe that Bridgerton's brainwashing failed. Van raised the monsters on him up and said that one sorcerer locks people in a strange cage while the other one peeks into others' secrets. He told the men that they are quite unpleasant. He threw the monsters up and gave them a life-crushing punch. He destroyed every single one of them with this earth-shattering punch. His attack destroyed the cave and threw the sorcerers out of the dimension. They were sent back to reality. They landed outside the shop. Hoxa and Bridgerton got slammed to the ground. Van was thrilled to see that the formation was broken. Hoxa tried to stand up, but he was too injured. He spat out a large amount of blood. Van took a look at Bridgerton. He saw that the man has already passed out. He decided to question Hoxa. He grabbed the assassin by his hair. Hoxa screamed out. Van told him that this is his last chance. He asked the man to tell him where Kezarak is. Hoxa didn't say anything. Van could tell that the man wasn't going to give him an answer. He stood up and told Hoxa that he doesn't need to give him an answer if he doesn't want to. He covered his hand with his energy and told the man that he will make him speak. Before Van could do anything, Ofen screamed and asked him to stop. She and her other siblings ran in front of Van and asked him to stop. They asked him not to kill Hoxa. The assassin was shocked to see this. He asked the children about what they are doing. Ofen begged our boy to spare their savior. Van explained to her that he doesn't plan on killing Hoxa yet, but he might die during the interrogation. With a scary look in his eyes, Van asked the kids to get lost if they don't want to die too. Hosea charged at our boy and hit him in the leg. He asked Van to stop. Ofen called out to the boy when she saw this. The boy held Van's hand. Van asked him about what he is doing. He asked him if he is not going to let him go. Hosea begged Van to leave them alone. Hoxa begged his children to run away. The children told him that they are not leaving him. Van was annoyed to see what was happening. He asked the children if they are joking with him right now. He pushed Hosea to the ground and took a stance. Ofen called out to her brother when she saw this. With a scary look in his eyes, Van told the boy that he will kill him first if he is prepared to die. Hosea quickly raised his hands up. Before Van could do anything, Bridgerton raised his hand up and released some energy, then quickly turned to him. The sorcerer activated his summoning rune and used it to open a portal that released a monster's claw-like tentacles. Van quickly put his hands together to protect himself. He didn't think that Bridgerton would still be alive. To his surprise, the tentacles avoided him. Van did not expect this. He instantly realized that Bridgerton wasn't aiming for him. He was aiming for Hoxa and the children. The monster used its claw-like tentacles to stab Hoxa and his kids. Van quickly charged at Bridgerton. The sorcerer smiled at our boy. He knew that he wouldn't reach him. He used his summoning rune to place himself in his own world before Van could reach him. Our boy was only able to feel his mana. Inside Bridgerton's dimension, we see him resting on a huge floating rock. Since he has killed Hoxa and the kids, the man was certain that there was no way Van would gain information about Kezerak. He took a look at his arm and said that he went through a lot because of Van. He couldn't believe that there was a sorcerer who had such a terrifying inner world. He knew that he had to report this to Kezerak immediately. The moment he thought of this, someone tore space open and stepped into his dimension. Bridgerton instantly knew who it was when he felt his energy. His body got covered with sweat as he turned around. Van placed his hand on the man's head. With a nervous look on his face, Bridgerton asked Van about how he got into his dimension. Our boy revealed to him that there was a tiny passageway in space leading to his dimension. He explained to Bridgerton that he injected his mana into the space and forcefully tore through it before it could close. Van told the sorcerer that he should have properly locked his door. He said that he is sick of dimensions. Bridgerton knew that he was screwed. Van asked him not to worry. He told him that he doesn't intend to kill him yet. He told Bridgerton that he has to answer his questions since he has killed Hoxa. He assured him that he will take him out in a month's time. Immediately he said this, Van's head transformed into a horrifying creature with several heads. He asked Bridgerton to stay there for a bit. This ability is the third armament. It is known as Gluttony's Pocket. It allows the user to devour living creatures that possess mana. The only limitation is that it can't devour creatures who possess more mana than the caster. The heads morphed into a gigantic head. The head used its tongue to grab Bridgerton. The man screamed and said that he doesn't want to go back into Van's world. He begged our boy to forgive him. Unfortunately for him, he got swallowed. After he swallowed the sorcerer, our boy's head slowly returned to normal. He stepped out of Bridgerton's dimension. He noticed that Gluttony's Pocket consumes a lot of mana. He realized that it was quite risky for him to use it. He fell on his knees and tried to catch his breath. He looked around and saw the bodies of the kids lying on the ground. He wondered if everyone was dead. Since he had secured a hostage who would provide necessary information, Van decided to leave the place and recover his mana. The moment he turned around, Hoxa asked him to wait. He told him that Ofen can still be saved. With a tear in his eye, the man begged Van to save the girl. Our boy turned to him when he heard this. In the next scene, we see a man standing over Hoxa's body. The man said that a fierce fight took place in this place. His comrade picked up Bridgerton's arm and told him that Bridgerton lost his arm. The man couldn't believe that someone killed 2 executives of Tease. He said that the attacker is insane. He asked his comrade, whose name is Mongo, if he can find the culprit. Mongo said that he can. He said that he can still smell something even though it is faint. He said that our boy was there until yesterday. The man wearing an eye patch summoned some men known as Raven. The men came out of his shadow. The man ordered them to report the situation to Kezerak. He said that he will track their culprit with Mongo. The men accepted his order. The man turned to Hoxa and wondered if this is the end he wanted so badly. He said that it is an empty and meaningless end. The scene shifts and we are taken to the mountains. We see Ofen open her eyes and scream. When she raised her head, Van asked her if she is finally awake. The girl asked him about where they are. She quickly turned to him and asked him about Hoxa and the kids. Van revealed to her that everyone else died. The girl was shocked to hear this. Blood gushed out of her eyes. She screamed and said that this can't be true. She told Van that he saw the wrong thing. She slowly pushed herself up and said that she has to go save everyone. She said that they can't die yet. Van asked her to shut up. He revealed to her that he buried the children's bodies himself. The girl fell back down and screamed. She said that this can't happen. She asked our boy about why he saved only her. She told him that he should have just let her die with everyone. She asked him to tell her why he saved her. Van asked her not to delude herself. He revealed to her that he only saved her because he needed her. Immediately he said this. Van remembered the conversation he had with Hoxa before he died. He asked the man to tell him why he should save the girl. He said that Ofen won't last on her own even if he saves her. She will either be torn apart by monsters or killed by bandits. While struggling to catch his breath, Hoxa informed Van that Ofen knows about Kezarak and Tease. He told him that the girl can provide him information. Van was surprised to hear this. Hoxa begged Van to simply take Ofen to a random village. He said that the girl is strong and lucky enough to survive. He was certain that she would be able to live on her own. Van asked the man about what he should do if Ofen doesn't know anything. Hoxa asked him to do whatever he likes. He told him that he can kill her if he wants. Our boy realized that the man wasn't lying. He agreed to help the girl. Hoxa begged Van to save her. After doing this, he died. While Ofen was crying on the ground, Van grabbed her neck and raised her up. He apologized to her and told her that he can no longer wait. He asked her to tell him about Kezarak. The girl seemed quite lifeless. She hadn't processed her grief well. Nevertheless, she still spoke. She told our boy that Kezarak is probably in the Varkan kingdom. She revealed to him that the man said that he was heading out to carry out a commission for the king of Varkan the last time he came to see Hoxa. Van asked her to describe Kezarak to him. The girl revealed to him that his appearance changes every time he came to see Hoxa. She said that this is probably due to the rune he wields. Van asked her if she knows anything about Kezarak's rune. Ofen said that Hoxa once told her that Kezarak is a sorcerer born with a rare set of 3 runes that are counted among the continent's rarest. Van did not expect the man to possess 3 runes. He knew that Kezarak was going to be hard to deal with. He let go of the girl and told her that they have no time to waste. He said that they will talk on their way. Ofen asked him about where they are going. Van revealed to her that he made a deal with Hoxa to take her to a safe village. He told her that this is also his way of repaying her for the information. Ofen was shocked to hear about the deal Hoxa made on her behalf. Van turned to her and asked her to get up. He told her that they are leaving immediately. The girl quickly got up. She stepped out of the cave with Van. She used her hand to block her eyes from the sunlight. Immediately, her eyes adapted to the sunlight. The girl saw something shocking. She saw a huge rock in front of the cave. Van reminded her that he buried the kids. He said that he buried them under the rock. Ofen asked him about why he chose this enormous rock. Our boy said that he doesn't want monsters to disturb their graves. He said that the children did nothing wrong. He told Ofen that he will let her say her final farewell. Ofen walked up to the rock and placed her hands on it. Tears filled her eyes as she rested her head on the boulder. While crying, she remembered how she and her siblings stood next to Hoxa while he was bleeding on the ground. A man seemed to have beaten up the assassin. The man was from Tease. The man asked Hoxa if he escaped from Tease only to babysit kids. He asked him if he will return to his beautiful assassin form once he kills the kids. The man turned out to be Kezarak. Hoxa begged Kezarak to forgive him. He begged him not to kill the kids. Kezarak turned around and told Hoxa that his missions will be doubled from now on. He asked the assassin to never try to run away if he wants to keep playing orphanage director. After Kezarak left, Ofen asked Hoxa if he is fine. Hoxa smiled and apologized to the kids. He said that he looks pathetic. He hugged them and asked them not to worry. He assured them that he will protect them. Megat told Hoxa that he smells like meat. The man laughed out loud when he heard this. The kids also laughed. Ofen remembered Hoxa showing her the name of the tavern after he opened it up. He asked her if she likes the name. Ofen told him that it is terrible. Hoxa asked her if it is really so bad. The girl remembered how she played with her siblings in their peaceful environment. Although they were not a perfect family, they still managed to make things work. Ofen scratched her bare hands on the rock. She was filled with so much rage. She asked Van if he intends to kill Kezarak. Our boy said that he does. With a look of anger on her face, Ofen asked Van to take her along. She said that she wants to tear the bastard apart. In the next scene, we see a man sniffing the ground. The man turned out to be Mongo. Mongo told his comrade that Van was just in the area some hours ago. He looked at the huge rock and said that Van's scent is very strong around there. His comrade said that this is good news. He said that they will soon meet the one they are searching for. In the next scene, we see a man walking up the stairs. The man went to a door and knocked on it. He went inside and told the person inside that he came to report something to him. The person turned out to be Kezarak. Kezarak rested on his chair without his shirt. He told the man that he already knows that Merkel's gang failed. He referred to Merkel as trash and said that he carefully nurtured trash who only involved himself in back-alley crimes. He said that he is disappointed that Merkel gave him such an ungraceful ending. The man informed Kezarak that Hoxha and Berjetin are also dead. Kezarak sat upright when he heard this. His subordinate informed him that they don't know who is responsible. He said that Mongo and his brother are both pursuing the trail. Kezarak told his subordinate that more graceless variables keep ruining things. The man asked him if this is the work of the Ethos Order who have been tailing them for some time. Kezarak said that it is possible, but the situation feels different. He said that this feels like it is something else. He told him that a foreign third party is intervening. Immediately he said this. He took out a scroll and burned it. Since their culprit took out Hoxha and Berjetin, who are 2 out of the 10 executives, Kezarak asked his subordinate to tell Mongo and Tomoto to stand by even if they find the culprit. The scroll he burnt turned into a portal. Kezarak told the man that this is a critical moment. He told him that they can't afford any more disruptions. The man bowed his head and asked his lord if he should resolve the issue himself. Kezarak told him that there is no need for him to also get involved. Immediately he said this. Kezarak made clothes appear on his body. He told the man that he is heading to the Varkan kingdom right now. He told him that he will leave every petty issue that comes up entirely to him. The man said that he will remember this. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Varkan kingdom. Someone welcomed Kezarak to the castle. Kezarak asked him about where the king is. The man informed him that the king is waiting for him. He asked him to go in. Kezarak and the man walked forward. He and the man stepped inside the king's courtroom. Kezarak bowed his head to the king and asked him to forgive him for the discourtesy of arriving late to the meeting. The king laughed and asked him not to worry about it. He asked him if he has completed the job he gave him. Kezarak informed him that the coarse sorcerers of the Aran kingdom have been eliminated just as he desired. He told the king that he can rest easy now. He asked him for the promised payment. With a smile on his face, the king told Kezarak that a problem has arisen. He said that their kingdom is ringed by steep mountains and their resources are pitifully lacking. The one land where they could gain diverse resources was lost in the recent war against Aran. Kezarak reminded the king that this is why he entrusted his organization with the task. He reminded him that he asked them to eliminate the key sorcerers of Aran to prevent further losses and reclaim the land that was taken. The king told Kezarak that the T's mercenary group handled the task splendidly. Kezarak asked him about what the problem is. The king stood up from his throne and said that even if he took such actions in pursuit of greatness, it is still normal business among nations. With a disgusting look in his eyes, he asked Kezarak if he knows what will happen if word spreads across the continent that he involved a mercenary group that is infamous for engaging in dirty and vile work into his business. He told the sorcerer that just thinking about it gives him a headache. Immediately he said this. A large amount of warriors came out and the door of the courtroom got locked. Kezarak asked the king if he wants to kill him to erase all traces of his work. The king smiled like a deranged person and told him that there was never any payment promised to him. He said that he spent a lot of money to make his courtroom match that of the Zoe kingdom. Instead of panicking, Kezarak laughed. He laughed like a crazy person. The king asked him if he is going mad before his death. Kezarak released a small amount of energy. He told the king that he is not shocked to see that someone as graceless as him doesn't have anything in his treasury. He said that he was far too complacent. The king advised Kezarak not to struggle. He told him that his resistance will be futile. He explained to him that he has other people beyond the 30 finest sorcerers of Varkan that are gathered there. He revealed to him that he has soldiers stationed in every part of the castle. The king laughed like a crazy person and told Kezarak that he is actually paying him. He explained to him that the money he used to hire the sorcerers there is enough to cover his fee. Kezarak told the king that it is too late. He told him that he brought back the memory he hates the most. Immediately he said this. The man that entered the castle with Kezarak placed his hand on his back. He told Kezarak that the transfer of artificial mana is complete. Kezarak released his energy and said that royalty in small kingdoms and mighty empires are no different in the way they behave. He snapped his finger after saying this. He told the king that his kingdom is finished. He told him that he will take his kingdom as payment. To the king's surprise, nothing happened after Kezarak said this. He laughed and asked the man if he is joking with him. Immediately he said this. A light shined behind him. When he looked outside, he saw that the sky had changed colors. a ridiculously huge statue came out of the sky. The statue began to descend from the sky. The sorcerers in the room quickly ran towards the king. Unfortunately, they were too late. The statue covered the entire palace. The moment it touched the ground, it released a bright light. It destroyed the entire palace in one go. A minute later, we see Kezarak's subordinate call out to him. He told his lord that nothing survived. He said that everything was wiped clean. Kezarak picked up something from the ground and said that things that aren't clean are never beautiful. He picked up the king's crown and carefully looked at it. His subordinate told him that he will guide him to his next destination. Kezarak suggested that they walk this time. He looked at the sky and said that today is particularly beautiful. This overpowered monster with black hair and silver glasses is the leader of Tease. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the time Ophin asked Van to take her with him. She said that she wants to tear Kezarak to shreds. Van turned around and told the girl that she is out of her mind. Ophin told him that she can't just continue living her life as if nothing happened. Van told her that she would be better off spending the rest of her days in peace. He explained to her that he has no intentions of protecting her. He told her that he might even kill her by himself if she gets in his way. The girl asked him to do as he likes. She said that she doesn't care. Van walked forward and told her that he is heading to the Varkan kingdom. He asked her if she is really planning to follow him. Ophin asked him to kill her anytime she gets in the way. Van told her that they are leaving right now. Later in the night, we see Tomoto and his brother looking at Van and Ophin from a distance. Tomoto was happy to see that they had finally caught up to Van. Mongo reminded his brother that Kezarak ordered them to wait quietly. Tomoto smiled and told him that this is their chance. He said that they can capture Van and offer him to Kezarak. He told Mongo that this is their chance to repay Kezarak for taking them in. He asked him if he likes this idea. Mongo told his elder brother that he will do as he says. Tomoto was happy to hear this. He released his energy and said that they will keep tailing Van until they find a clear chance to kill him. Mongo told his brother that he understands. As they walked through the forest, Van noticed something odd. He asked Ophin to tell him the amount of times they have walked past a certain huge tree. The girl said that this is their third time. Van said that they must be lost. Ophin wondered if they are in a certain forest. She told herself that this is impossible. Van asked her if something is wrong. Ophin revealed to him that Hoxa told her a story about a certain forest when she was little. Hoxa told her that the mountain where they opened their tavern used to be a monster's lair. The entrance of this lair is called the Moor Forest. If a person steps into the Moor Forest, they can never get out. Van asked her if she is saying that they have wandered into the Moor Forest. He told her that the forest is nothing more than a ridiculous superstition. Ophin told him that the story is quite true. She said that there are countless monsters living in the Moor Forest. Immediately she said this. The tree next to him opened its multiple eyes and turned to him. Van was surprised to see the monster. Ophin quickly covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming. The tree monster smiled and raised its hand. Before it could crush Ophin, Van grabbed her and jumped out of the way. The monster's fist crushed the ground. Van threw Ophin aside when he landed on the ground. He clenched his fist and appeared in front of the monster in an instant. He swung his fist at it. The monster tried to block his attack with its branches, but it couldn't withstand Van's strength. Our boy obliterated it with a single punch. After taking care of the monster, Van called out to Ophin. He advised her to hide well if she wants to live. He raised his head up to look at the large amount of tree monsters that came to life. He couldn't believe that he thought Ophin was just telling him a folktale. The monsters screamed and charged at him. Later in the morning, we see Van take out the last monster with a single punch. After he was done with the monsters, he asked Ophin to come out of hiding. The girl stood up when she heard this. She looked at the countless bodies on the ground and asked Van if he is all right. Van said that he is fine, but he was acting strange. He noticed that his mana was draining much faster than usual. It was like the forest was sucking away his mana. Van's vision quickly became blurry. He realized that he was hallucinating. Van wondered about the kind of forest he is in. Immediately he thought of this. Someone landed behind him. Van quickly turned around. He saw Tomoto behind him. The man smiled and told Van that it is already too late. He covered his hand with his mana and charged at Van. He tried to hit our boy in his chest. Van was able to dodge Tomoto's attack. He was shocked to see the man. He didn't know what was happening. Before he could step back, Tomoto placed his leg on his neck and grabbed his arm. He locked Van down with his position. Van was unable to move because the hallucinations were draining his strength. While Van was trying to put himself together, Tomoto said that this fight might go easier than he expected. Tomoto is the executive of Tease who is responsible for battlefield operations. He smiled and told Van that a sorcerer shouldn't waste their mana so carelessly. He said that mana is quite precious. Van was shocked to hear this. He called the man a cocky bastard. He raised his other hand and used to give him a heavy punch in his chest. His attack destroyed the ground. To Van's surprise, the man smiled at him and said that this is an unexpected result. He told Van that he is quite pathetic compared to the monsters he has faced. Tomoto didn't get a single injury. Only the ground got destroyed. Van was shocked to see this. He didn't understand how the man was still fine. Tomoto told him that he is far too weak. He freed Van from his grip. Immediately he did this, his brother appeared next to Van. He gave our boy a bone-crushing punch that sent him flying. Van crashed into the ground. Tomoto stood up and asked Mongo about what he did with Ofen. Mongo informed him that he knocked the girl out and tossed her aside. Tomoto told him that he did well. He said that they will have some fun with Ofen later. Van pushed his body up and looked around. He realized that he didn't have enough mana to do anything. Tomoto revealed to him that they were ordered to not act rashly. They were only supposed to stay hidden and follow his trail. He told Van that this is something that only weak and cowardly dogs do. Mongo agreed with his older brother. He said that they are strong dogs. Tomoto smiled and said that they also need to avenge Hoxa and Brigitte. Immediately he said this. Van appeared in front of him and gave him a punch. Tomoto easily blocked our boy's punch with his arm. Van was shocked to see that the man was able to withstand his punch again. Mongo quickly gave Van a punch in his stomach with his huge hand. Our boy coughed out when he received the punch. Mongo tightened his fist and sent Van flying with his punch. Our boy slammed his back on a tree and got knocked out. Before he could even regain his consciousness, Mongo appeared in front of him. Fortunately, Van opened his eyes before the huge man could attack. He clenched his fist and charged at Mongo. Before his punch could land on Mongo, Tomoto appeared out of nowhere and used his leg to block the attack. Van was shocked to see this. Long ago, there was a tribe that spread fear on the continent. The people of this tribe were known as the perfectly armored ones. The tribe is known as the Cataphractoi tribe. The members of this tribe possessed two distinctive runes. From ancestor to present, every member of the tribe possessed only two runes. These runes are the armor rune and the fist blade rune. The sorcerer who possesses the armor rune blocks every enemy attack, while the sorcerer of the fist blade rune severs the enemy's lifeline in an instant. The Cataphractoi tribe possess a shield that can stop anything and a spear that can pierce through anything. This is how they were able to earn the reputation of being the perfectly armored ones. The moment he blocked Van's attack, Tomoto moved out of the way and allowed his brother to give Van another bone-crushing punch. The attack sent him flying. Tomoto completely activated his rune and covered himself in a knight armor. He asked his brother to stop joking around. He told Van that he came fully prepared because he heard he killed Hoxa and Brigitte. He said that he is disappointed. The moment he said this, Mongo covered his hands with huge gauntlets. The two men were ready to end the fight. Tomoto's rune is the armor rune. It allows a mana-forged armor to envelope and protect the caster's entire body. Mongo's rune is the fist blade rune. It gives the user access to mana-forged gauntlets that will trigger an explosion when they come in contact with the target. While lying on the ground, Van noticed that the forest was still sucking his mana. He took a look at his hand and saw that the clothes around it were slowly dissipating. He realized that his Annihilation Fist, which consumes a lot of mana, is at its limit. Van didn't like this situation. He didn't want to summon an armament that requires him to sacrifice his lifespan, but he had no choice since his mana was getting drained. Tomoto told our boy that he is too weak. He told him that he is pissing him off. He asked Mongo to only leave Van's head. He said that they will need his head for when they report to Kezarek. Mongo stepped forward and said that he will take care of it. Van stood up and asked Tomoto if he just mentioned Kezarek. He realized that the men belonged to the T's mercenary group. He said that this is good. He released some energy and told them that he is only going to question them once because he is tired. He asked the men to tell him where Kezarek is. He assured them that he will spare them if they answer willingly. Tomoto was annoyed to see that Van dared to mention his master's name. He said that a weakling shouldn't speak of his master's name so easily. He charged at Van out of anger. Van released more energy and stretched out his hand. He told Tomoto that the people in his organization don't understand reason. Tomoto didn't understand what Van was doing. Before he could reach our boy, a scary monster with multiple heads appeared next to him. The monster opened its mouth and let out 2 terrifying daggers. Van grabbed the daggers and told Tomoto that he threw away their last chance. He took a stance and asked the man not to blame him for what is about to happen. These daggers are the 3rd manifested armaments. They are known as the Death Spirit daggers. Tomoto stopped moving when he saw the daggers. He felt an ominous aura coming from the daggers. He carefully looked at Van. He knew that our boy was about to attack. Immediately he thought of this. Van charged at him. He swung his daggers at Tomoto's leg. The daggers cut through the armor and landed a cut on the man's leg. Tomoto was shocked to see what happened. He couldn't believe that his mana armor got pierced. His brother appeared behind him and swung his fist at Van. Our boy easily dodged his attack by jumping back. Before moving back, he landed a cut on Mongo's arm. Mongo informed his older brother that he got hurt. Tomoto recalled that our boy was dying a moment ago. He found it odd that he was now energetic. He didn't understand the kind of rune Van was using. He apologized to our boy for underestimating him. He told him that he was mistaken about him. He released more mana and charged at Van with his brother. He told our boy that nothing has changed. Van raised his daggers when he saw the men coming at him. He appeared next to Tomoto and swung his dagger at him. He landed a cut on his thigh. He moved past Mongo and landed several cuts on him. He was able to tear them apart and move past them in an instant. Blood gushed out of the brothers' bodies. Tomoto quickly turned around and called our boy a filthy rat. To his surprise, Van was no longer behind him. The man asked Mongo about where Van is. Our boy appeared in front of Mongo. He kicked the huge man in his leg and made him lose his balance. He moved his dagger beneath Mongo and got ready to stab him. Unfortunately, Tomoto appeared in front of his brother. He pushed Mongo away and grabbed Van's dagger. He landed on the ground and held on to Van's dagger. He was happy to see that he caught our boy. He asked Mongo to crush Van. To his surprise, nothing happened while he was struggling to hold on to Van. Tomoto called out to his brother and asked him about what he is doing. Unfortunately, Mongo was on the ground. He seemed to be having trouble moving. His gauntlets were slowly dissipating. Tomoto was surprised to see that his brother was unresponsive. He quickly turned around and called out to him again. Immediately he did this, he fell to his knees. Tomoto didn't understand what was happening. He noticed that his mana was getting drained. He asked Van to tell him the trickery he is using. The moment he said this, several tiny heads appeared on his leg. The heads were eating his armor. Tomoto quickly turned around when he felt the creatures on his leg. He wondered about what they were. He had never seen anything so horrifying. With a terrifying look on his face, Van asked Tomoto if something is wrong. He asked him if his body won't move. The Death Spirit dagger is a dagger inhabited by spirits that feed on mana. When this dagger cuts a target, mana-eating spirits cling to the injury and weaken the target's rune. As the spirits ate through Tomoto's armor, Van informed him that the spirits will feed on any mana they can find until they are full. Until that time comes, the spirits will never stop. Tomoto screamed out in pain as the spirits tore him apart. He asked them to leave his mana. He said that the mana belongs to him. He screamed and said that it is his mana. Some minutes later, we see a malnourished-looking man in front of Van. Our boy asked Tomoto if this is their true form. He asked him if they have been strengthening their bodies with mana the entire time. Tomoto asked him to shut up. He said that this isn't their true form. He asked Van to give them back their mana. He said that it was an artificial mana that Kezarak bestowed upon them. He asked Van to return it. Tomoto and his brother looked lifeless and severely malnourished. Their bodies looked nothing like before. Van did not know what artificial mana was. He asked the man if he is saying that their mana was manufactured artificially. He asked Tomoto to tell him more. He reminded him that he and his brother won't be able to last long in a fight with their frail bodies. Tomoto was annoyed to hear this. He said that this is not true. The scene shifts and we are taken to the past. We are taken to the Cataphractoi tribe site. The place was filled with human skulls and bones. We see Kezarak and a man leaving a building. The man told Kezarak that he looks forward to doing business with Tease again. Immediately he said this. Kezarak saw 2 children tied to a tree. The man explained to him that the children were born with bodies that cannot naturally store mana. He referred to them as the tribe's shame. He said that the children have survived for 5 years, but they should be dying soon. The man asked Kezarek not to bother himself with worthless weak trash. Kezarek asked the man if he can take the 2 boys. The man allowed him to do so. 10 years later, we are taken to a burning village. The village was filled with several bodies. A man walked up to Tomoto and Mongo and told them that they have massacred another innocent village. The person who said this was Kezarek. The leader of the group asked Tomoto to tell him why he slaughters humans like this. Tomoto explained to him that he is reminded of his younger self when he sees the weak and the useless. With a smile on his face, he told Kezarek that they would have lived out their lives like trash if they hadn't met him. Tomoto said that he hates thinking about the weak. He said that it disgusts him and he cannot get over it if he doesn't kill them with his own hands. Kezarek told him that his killings are nothing but petty self-loathing. He asked him to refrain from such acts. He told him that self-harm isn't beautiful. Tomoto accepted his master's order. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the present. We see Tomoto screaming at the top of his voice. He said that he and his brother are no longer weak trash. He and Mongo charged at Van with their frail bodies. Our boy closed his eyes and charged at them. He tore them apart with his daggers. Tomoto called out to Kezarek before losing consciousness. Van walked forward as blood gushed out of the men's bodies. With a serious look on his face, Van said that the weaker dog always barks the loudest. The moment he said this, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. In the next scene, we see Linda smiling. She was smiling at Van. Our boy stretched out his hand to reach her. He loved this beautiful dream. He didn't want to wake up from it. Before he could touch Linda, Van opened his eyes. Ofen noticed that he moved. She asked him if he is awake. Van saw that Ofen was carrying him on a wooden board that she made. He asked her about what happened. The girl revealed to him that he collapsed and passed out. She told him that she believed that they needed to get out of the Moor forest immediately, so she decided to carry him out without waking him up. Van asked her if this is what led to this situation. Ofen laughed and told him that she rushed out in a hurry. Van recalled that he passed out after using the Death Spirit daggers. He told Ofen that his body is not light. The girl told him that she has always been strong. She told Van that this is her way of helping him since she doesn't have any runecrafts. Our boy asked her if she is over 10 years old. Ofen told him that she is. She said that she is 13 years old. Our boy told her that it is too late for her to manifest a rune. Ofen smiled and agreed with him. She said that people say that a person will instinctively know the kind of power their rune possesses when it manifests. She remembered watching her brother use his rune. The girl also eagerly waited for the incredible moment when she would manifest her rune. She used to be thrilled to go to bed every night. Unfortunately, she never got the chance to manifest her rune. Ofen said that she might have been able to save Hoxa and her siblings if she had a rune. Van told her that the situation could have actually worsened if she had a rune. Ofen didn't hear what he said. She asked him if he could repeat what he said, then asked her to stop her pointless chatter and focus on finding a way out of the forest. Ofen accepted his order. A while later, we see Ofen fall to her knees and struggle to catch her breath. She was relieved to see that they finally got out of the Moor forest. Van noticed that his mana was no longer getting drained. While breathing heavily, Ofen asked Van if they should search for the nearest village or head straight to the Varkan kingdom. Van sat in a lotus position and asked Ofen to keep watch. The girl didn't understand what was happening. She asked Van about what he is doing. Our boy revealed to her that he needs to gather his mana again. He told her that his senses might get dulled. He asked her to keep an eye on their surroundings. Ofen accepted his order. A while later, we see Van gather his mana. When he was done, he thought about something that didn't make sense to him. He recalled that the 2 brothers who fought him showed no signs of mana drainage. Their mana only started leaving their bodies after our boy cut them with the Death Spirit daggers. This means that the Moor forest was only draining our boy's mana. Van stood up when he was done thinking. Ofen smiled brightly when she saw him. She told him that he looked very lifeless a moment ago. She said that he now looks like he is overflowing with energy. Van explained to her that mana is the same as life force for a sorcerer. He asked her if she knows where the nearest village is. He said that he wants to use a carrier bird. Ofen told him that she knows where the village is. She asked him to follow her. The scene shifts, and we are shown the bodies of Tomoto and Mongo. We see the area covered with their blood. A masked individual appeared in the forest and carefully looked at their bodies. The man noticed that Tomoto and Mongo had their mana drained. The scene shifts, and we are taken to a village. We see Van attach a letter to the leg of a carrier bird. Immediately he did this. The bird flew away. Ofen asked our boy about who he is sending the message to. Van told her that it is going to an information broker that he knows. He said that he needs intel on artificial mana and Kezerak's runecrafts. Our boy wanted to know if the leader of Tees truly has 3 runes. He said that Kezerak won't be an easy opponent. Ofen asked him if it is really a big deal to possess 3 runes. Van explained to her that it is extremely rare to possess 2 runes. He said that he didn't think that a sorcerer could even have 3 runes. Ofen told our boy that he really knows a lot, since Van is young and incredibly strong. Ofen asked him if he is a noble. Our boy asked her to stop. He told the girl that he only answered her question up until now as payment for saving him. He told her that he is not of noble birth. He suggested that they drop the small talk. Ofen nervously told him that she understands. Immediately she said this. Someone in the tavern asked his friend if he is saying that a mercenary from Tees is inside the tavern right now. Van and Ofen were shocked to hear this. They quickly turned to the table of the 3 friends. The man who said that someone from Tees is there asked his friend to lower his voice. He asked him if he has lost his mind. His friend apologized to him. He said that he was so shocked. He asked the man about how he knows about the mercenary. His friend reminded him that he is a local. He told him that he hears different things. He advised the man to avoid making eye contact with the mercenary for no reason. Immediately he said this. Van appeared next to him. He asked him if he just said that someone from the Tees mercenary group is there. The man and his friends were shocked to see Van. He asked our boy if he is also curious about Tees mercenaries. Van said that he is. The man placed his hand around Van's neck and dragged him close to himself. He laughed and said that our boy is at the age where he should be curious about this kinds of things. He moved his head close to Van and asked him to listen carefully. He said that he will only explain once. Van quickly used his hand to cover his nose when he smelled the man's breath. The man advised him not to make eye contact. He revealed to Van that the man behind them is a member of the Tees mercenary group. Van carefully turned around to see the mercenary. He stood up after hearing what the man told him. The man was surprised to see this. He asked him about where he is going. Van moved close to the bar and told the mercenary that he heard he is from the Tees mercenary group. He asked him if this is true. The mercenary told him that it is true. He turned to Van and asked him if he wants something from him. The mercenary turned out to be Kezerak, the leader of the Tees mercenary group. Van did not expect to hear that the man in front of him was really from Tees. He did something that shocked Kezerak. He knelt down and bowed his head to Kezerak. He begged him to forgive his sudden discourtesy. He told Kezerak that he wants to join the Tees mercenary group. He begged him to take him in. Kezerak was surprised to hear this. The information Van has gathered on Kezerak so far comes down to 2 things. The first is that he possesses 3 runes, and the second is that there is a high possibility that he is headed to the Varkan kingdom. Beyond this, Van hasn't been able to get anything else. There is a limit to what an information broker can find, and it is impossible for our boy to dig through the mercenary group and find Kezerak. Every Tees mercenary he has met so far was so consumed by fear and loyalty that they refused to say a word about Kezerak and chose death without hesitation. There is only one informant in our boy's hand, but it will take him at least a month to get anything out of Bridgeton. Since Van has reached a dead end, he decided to use his last option to obtain information. He decided to throw himself to the Tees mercenary group as bait. He told Kezerak that he is nothing special. He said that he is a poor kid from an ordinary family. He told him that he was fortunate enough to be born with a rune, and he has worked hard to become a sorcerer. He said that the only way for a commoner to rise in this world is through mercenary work. He told Kezerak that he would like to join the prestigious Tees group. Our boy wondered about how Kezerak will react to his offer. Kezerak carefully looked at him. He knew that mana is the same as life force for a sorcerer. A person can learn many things about a sorcerer through their mana. They can learn about their physical exhaustion and even their emotional shifts. Just a moment ago, Kezerak sensed the mana that Van was releasing. He could feel the overwhelming killing intent that our boy possessed. Even within the Tees mercenary group, there is no one that gives off a killing intent like this. What was more shocking to Kezerak was the overwhelming mana that Van possessed. The man recalled that he has met countless noble heirs from many kingdoms. Among those around the same age as Van, there are only 3 people who possess the same amount of mana as him. Kezrak couldn't believe that Van called himself a boy from a poor and ordinary home. He knew that no poor boy could possess this type of killing intent and mana. He saw our boy as a graceless boy. He wondered if he was trying to infiltrate Tease by lying to him. He wondered about what he should do with Van. He told him that he needs to take the entrance test. Van was surprised to hear this. He asked the man if he is serious. He was surprised to see that Kezrak accepted his request without a hint of doubt. Kezrak stood up and reminded Van that they are not a royal army. He said that they are simply a mercenary band. He asked our boy if he was expecting some grand procedure. Van asked him about what he should do for the test. Kezrak told him that it is simple. He explained to him that he simply needs to have a brief personal interview with their leader. He asked Van if he will follow him. Our boy was shocked to hear that he could meet Kezrak this easily. Of course, Kezrak was lying. He was the one who personally recruited each and every mercenary in Tease. The man only had one thing that he was curious about. He wondered about the identity of the boy in front of him. He didn't know if Van was a plant from another mercenary group or a royal assassin sent to kill him by another kingdom. The situation between Kezrak and Van was like a chess match. No one knew which move to make. Kezrak wondered if Van was a knight of the Ethos Order. He knew that the organization likes hounding him. Van was also confused by what was happening. No matter how he thought about it, the situation seemed strange. If Kezrak was someone that he could meet this easily, then the extreme vigilance of the Tease members doesn't make sense. Although Kezrak wasn't aware of Van's identity, he was certain that our boy was after him. He could tell that Van didn't know that he is the leader of Tease. He wondered if this is just an act to make him drop his guard. Van wondered if he should refuse Kezrak's offer. He reminded himself that this entrance test could be a trap. Kezrak knew that Van's goal is to infiltrate Tease ranks. He was certain that our boy wouldn't turn down the entrance test. Although he didn't like it, Van knew that he couldn't let this golden opportunity slip away. He told himself that he won't have to go all the way to Varkan if the man in front of him is telling the truth. Kezrak realized that he had to make a decision right now. He could either lure Van back to his base and uncover who he is, or he could kill Van right there. Our boy got up and told Kezrak that he will do anything to join the Tease mercenary group. Kezrak told him that his leader is outside. He asked Van to follow him. He assured him that he will let him meet his leader right away. Van and Kezrak walked towards the door. Ofen was surprised to see her savior walking towards the door. She remembered that Van asked her to sit tight and wait. She noticed that our boy was walking with someone. Ofen instantly recognized the person's beard. She was shocked to see who it was. She remembered Kezrak asking Hoxa to tell him why he disgraces himself with this unsightly orphanage farce. Van and Kezrak stepped out of the tavern. Kezrak's subordinates were surprised to see him with someone. Kezrak turned to the masked man and introduced him as the leader of Tease. The moment he did this, Ofen ran out and called out to Van. She told him that the man wearing glasses is Kezrak. Immediately she said this, the masked man realized something. He quickly informed Kezrak that the guy next to him is the sorcerer who killed Hoxa and Bridgeton. Kezrak and Van quickly turned to each other. Kezrak used his rune to drag out stone statues from the ground and used them to block Van's powerful punch. Van moved past the statues and clenched his fist. With a look of anger on his face, he called Kezrak a bastard and told him that he has finally found him. He gave the man a bone-shattering punch in his chest. Kezrak only got pushed back. He was able to block Van's attack by creating a huge rock in front of his chest. The rock absorbed the attack. Kezrak told our boy that his punch was beautiful. He said that Van is definitely out of Hoxa and Bridgeton's league. He asked Van if it wasn't enough for him that he killed Tease executives. He couldn't believe that our boy was now trying to infiltrate the group. He asked him about his true identity. He asked him if he is a knight sent by the Ethos Order. Van asked him to shut up and listen carefully to what he is about to say. He reminded Kezrak that he connected a sorcerer from the Zoe Kingdom to the Djiol Mountain stronghold 5 years ago. With a look of anger on his face, Van asked Kezrak to tell him where the sorcerer is now. Kezrak was surprised to hear this. He asked Van about how he knows about this event. Before he could say anything else, Van charged at him and thrust his fist at him. Kezrak quickly brought out an incomplete statue from the ground and used it to block our boy's attack. Van told the man that he is the one who will ask the questions. He told him that he must provide the answers that he wants to hear. Kezarak realized that our boy was not sent by the Ethos Order. He apologized to Van and told him that he doesn't see any reason to answer his questions. Van told him that he understands. He said that he already knew that he wouldn't give him an answer if he asked nicely. He told Kezarak that he wants to see if he will still say this after he crushes his limbs. Immediately he said this. He clenched his other fist and swung it at Kezarak's waist. The man brought out a hand from the ground and used it to block Van's attack. Van was shocked to see this. Kezarak told our boy that he has beautiful eyes. He released his mana and told him that he has a beautiful talent. He said that it is sad that they met this way. The moment he heard this, Van turned around. A huge stone fist came out of the ground and hit him in the back. The attack sent him flying. Kezarak released some mana from his fingers and told Van that he still has a long way to go. Immediately he said this. Several stone fists came out of the ground. Different stone statues came out of the ground. The statues carried different weapons. When Van came out of the ground, he saw the statues kneeling in front of Kezarak. Our boy quickly charged at Kezarak. The statues with shields used their shields to block Van's attack. The statues were able to block the attack, but everything behind them got destroyed. They pushed Van back. Kezarak couldn't believe that this was the runecraft of a boy who isn't even 20 years old yet. Van charged at him again. He destroyed each one of Kezarak's statues with a single punch. He jumped and charged at Kezarak again. He took out something before he reached him. Kezarak noticed that Van brought out something. He raised his hand to block our boy's attack. Van threw the thing at Kezarak. The item hit his arm. Kezarak was surprised to see a dagger in his arm. Van raised his hand and used his mana to drag the Death Spirit dagger back to himself. He raised his two daggers and took a stance. He asked Kezarak to prepare himself. He told him that the real fight begins now. Kezarak used his mana to push away the spirits of the dagger. He told Van that his efforts are pointless. Our boy charged at him when he heard this. He hit Kezarak with his daggers several times. He swung his fist at Kezarak at a crazy speed. The man didn't move. It seemed like he was observing Van. If one was to compare a sorcerer to a swordsman, runecraft would be seen as the sharp blade and mana would be seen as the swordsmanship that has been trained and polished over time. Among scholars, there is still an ongoing debate about runes and mana. Which one of these things is more important to a sorcerer? Most scholars agree that mana matters the most. No matter how legendary a blade that can cut anything may be, there is still a huge difference between when it is in the hands of a 3-year-old child and in the hands of a swordsman who has devoted 50 years to the sword. The gap is immeasurable. This is how decisive mana is in a sorcerer's battle. Kezarak caught Van's fist and told him that he is wasting his time. He explained to Van that he cannot hurt him with the amount of mana he has right now. He advised him to give up. Immediately he did this. He brought out 2 huge boulders from the ground and used them to attack Van. The attack sent our boy flying. Kezarak's subordinates moved close to him. The blonde man apologized to him for the sudden interruption. He informed him that the Knights of the Order are closing in. Kezarak was annoyed to hear this. He referred to the Order as tiresome pests. He asked the man to activate the formation. He told him that they are returning to tease. The moment he gave the order, the man tore a hole in space and opened a portal. Kezarak told Van that their little meeting will have to be postponed. Van stood up when he heard this. He charged at Kezarak and told him that he is not going to get away. Kezarak moved his face in front of Van's fist. Our boy quickly stopped moving his hand. He grit his teeth out of anger and asked Kezarak about what he is doing. Kezarak told Van that he won't kill him because his goal is to capture him. The moment he said this, he used his mana to slam Van's body to the ground. He told Van that he wants to give him a little life advice. He advised him to never show his desperation so openly in front of his enemy. He told him that his desperation will become his biggest weakness. After he said this, his body dissipated. Van slowly pushed himself up. He realized that he could have caught Kezarak if he had been a little more composed. He grabbed his hair and began to panic. Something told him that he has once again lost everything right before his eyes. Van said that he is sorry multiple times. He said that everything happened because of him. Immediately he said this. The dead bodies of Linda and her family appeared next to him. This creepy version of Linda asked him if everything will be okay just because he says sorry. Van told her that he is not giving up. He begged her to give him one more chance. He asked her not to look at him with her sad eyes. When they arrived at their headquarters, Kezarak sat down. He ordered the blonde man to gather every captain and executive. The man asked him if he plans to start an all-out war with the Ethos Order. Kezarak said that he isn't. He remembered how he blocked Van's fist. He saw that his hand was heavily injured. He told the blonde man that he wants every piece of information that they can find on the boy that he just met. The scene shifts, and we are taken back some minutes earlier. We see Ofen staring at Kezarak. Her eyes were filled with pure hatred. She couldn't believe that she was looking at the man who truly caused the death of her loved ones. She remembered Hoxa and her siblings. She clenched her fist out of anger. Blood poured out of her hand. Kezarak's subordinate appeared behind her and asked her if she knows who she is glaring at with such disrespectful eyes. Ofen was shocked to hear his voice. The man hit her in the neck. Ofen slowly fell to the ground. She wanted to call out to Van, but she was unable to raise her voice. She ended up losing consciousness. A while later, we see the girl slowly open her eyes when she heard someone calling out to her. Van asked the girl to wake up. Ofen quickly raised her head up. She was surprised to see her savior next to her. Van told her that she has incredible luck for her to still be alive. The girl asked him if he killed Kezarak. Van informed her that he lost the man. He told her that Kezarak ran away. Ofen was sad to hear this. She didn't like the fact that she was unable to do anything this time around. Van reminded her that he has no plan to babysit her. He asked her to get up now if she wants to follow him. Ofen got up and asked our boy about where they are going. Van told her that they are going to the Varkan kingdom. He said that there is a good chance that Kezarak fled there. He told himself that he has drowned in despair for 1,000 years. He said that this is enough for him. Instead of wasting his time, our boy chose to move forward. He told himself that his revenge is not over yet. He said that the operation was not a complete waste of time. Due to Kezarak's reaction, our boy became certain that the hooded sorcerer was from the Zoe kingdom. He knew that he had to catch Kezarak to get more information about the sorcerer. The moment he thought of this, someone called out to him and Ofen and asked them not to move. Immediately he said this. A bunch of knights surrounded them. A blonde knight with amazing hair drew his sword and said that they are a knight order dispatched from the Ethos Order. He said that they will be conducting some checks and questioning. He asked Van and Ofen to cooperate with them. Van recalled that he had heard of the Ethos Order. The Ethos Order is an order based in the Awana kingdom that trains and maintains its own knight corps. This was how Van's father-in-law described the order to him. Our boy apologized to the blonde knight and told him that he cannot comply. He explained to him that he has a long road ahead of him. The knight took out a red orb and told Van that he only has to take a simple test. He asked him to simply place his hand on the device and stay still. Van asked him if he expects him to lay his hand on some device when he doesn't know what it does. The knight told him that things will become troublesome for both sides if he continues to act uncooperative. He asked Van if he is certain that he wants to continue acting this way. Our boy became angry when he heard this. He wondered if he should just kill the knights. He quickly realized that this would just make his problem bigger. Someone called out to the knight whose name is Pollen and asked him to stand down. He told him that Van is not Kezarak. Pollen was surprised to see the old knight. He referred to him as Commander. This man with the eye patch is the Knight Commander of the Ethos Order. His name is Hugh Zainal. Pollen told Hugh that they still haven't verified our boy's mana. The commander seemed disappointed with Pollen when he heard this. He asked him if he didn't feel Kezarak's mana clashing with another person's mana on his way there. The fact that a boy was left alone amid the traces of a fierce battle and there was a faint mana coming from him is weird. Hugh told his knight that our boy's mana matches perfectly with the mana that was clashing with Kezarak's own. He said that Kezarak probably broke away in the middle of the battle and left Van behind at the scene. The commander smiled and asked our boy if he is right. Van didn't give him a reply. Hugh laughed and told Pollen that a report actually came in. He revealed to Pollen that Kezarak has returned to T's main base. Pollen was annoyed to hear this. He told his commander that he should have mentioned this first. Hugh collected the orb from him and apologized to Van. He explained to him that Kezarak has a rune that lets him alter his appearance. He said that they cannot tell him apart without the mana reader in his hand. He asked our boy to understand them. Van told the commander that he will be leaving now since the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Immediately our boy turned around. Hugh asked him if he wants to kill Kezarak. Van was surprised to hear this. He stopped moving and turned to the man. Hugh explained to him that he has seen people with eyes like his own, eyes that are consumed by revenge and hatred. the eyes of a boy who has fallen into a deep, dark abyss. Hugh stretched out his hand and told Van that they share a common enemy if the person he is staring at with his eyes is Kezarach. He asked Van if he is willing to join forces with them in order to take down their mutual. Paulin was shocked to hear this. He called out to his commander and asked him about what he is saying. Hugh asked him if there is a problem. He asked him if anyone in their cult has actually faced Kezarach in battle, or if there is anyone who knows the full scope of his other runecraft. Paulin told him that this has never happened. Hugh explained to him that Van is the only person who has fought Kezarach directly. He said that our boy is a very valuable source of first-hand information. He turned to Van and asked him if he is interested. He told him that it is better for them to work together. Van declined his offer. He said that he has no reason to trust them. Hugh smiled and revealed to him that they have detailed information on Tees, and they know Kezarach's next destination and movements. Van was shocked to hear this. Hugh laughed out loud and told our boy that he can tell from his reaction that he doesn't know about Kezarach's movements. He asked him if he now finds his offer tempting. Van was annoyed to see the commander laughing. He realized that the order will have plenty of information on Kezarach that he doesn't know. Ofen called out to our boy to hear his opinion. Van said that he doesn't like this situation at all, but he has no other choice. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the temporary camp of the Ethos Order Knight Corps. Inside the commander's tent, we see him looking at a torn picture. He remembered the face of a man whose body was covered in tree branches. The man was holding a severed head. He referred to Hugh as grandfather. He asked him if he just arrived. The moment he remembered these words, Hugh snapped back to reality. He realized that he managed to forget about the man for a while. He didn't expect that he would meet someone with the same eyes as his grandson's own. He wondered about what Van has been through for him to have such terrifying eyes. The moment he thought of this, someone asked him if he can enter the tent. Hugh asked him to come in. The person turned out to be Van. Our boy told the commander that he heard he asked for him. Hugh apologized to him for disturbing him while he is resting. He told Van that he is not doing anything complicated. He asked our boy to place his hand on a red orb in the middle of a dragon's chest. He explained to him that the monster is a mana meter that measures a sorcerer's mana. He asked Van if he is familiar with the divine tier system of the Aiden continent. Across every kingdom on the continent, sorcerers are subjected to mandatory mana measurements and identity registration for systematic oversight. This is known as the divine tier system. It measures total mana and assigns a rank accordingly. The rank starts from the lowest, which is the 13th divine tier, and it goes up to the highest, which is the 1st divine tier. Hugh told Van that he wants to know the level his ally is at since they will be fighting with their backs to each other from here on out. Van believed that the man had a valid point. He believed that it was better for him to know where he stands on the continent right now. He placed his hand on the red orb. Immediately he did this. The meter opened its eyes and began to scream. Van asked the commander if it is supposed to make this much noise. The commander became scared. He knew that there is only one thing that could make the meter open its eyes. He said that this should be impossible. The meter began to gather fire in its mouth. Hugh quickly turned to Van. He asked him to get back. He said that the meter is going to explode. Van was shocked to hear this. If we compare the divine tier ranks to a martial artist's realm, we will say that the 13th divine tier is just the entry stage. It is the point where someone just awakens their swordsmanship talent. A 9th divine tier is a veteran who has fought through countless battles and come back alive. A 5th divine tier is regarded as a living embodiment of war. It is a being who is capable of shaking the armies of entire kingdoms. The meter released its flames in the air. The flames showed the number 10 in the air. Hugh was shocked to see this. He couldn't believe that the meter was saying that Van was a 10th divine tier. Van told the commander that the explosion didn't take place. He said that the meter has determined that he is a 10th divine tier. Hugh nervously agreed with him. He knew that the meter only opens its eyes when it detects sorcerers of 7th divine tier or higher. It judges the person with a massive blast and explosion. He wondered if the meter really malfunctioned. This was his first time seeing a case like this. Van realized that the meter tried to detect his sealed mana. He knew that he needed to be careful if he is ever in this position again. Hugh asked our boy to have a seat. He introduced himself to Van as one of the commanders of the Ethos Knight Order. He asked Van for his name. Our boy shared his name with the commander. Hugh sat down and told him that he has a fine name. Since they were done with the divine tier measurement, Hugh suggested that they go straight to the point. He revealed to Van that his order currently believes that Kezarach possesses a total of 3 runes. However, aside from the rune that alters his appearance, the order doesn't know the other 2. Hugh told Van that this is why he wants to get information from the only person that has first-hand experience in fighting Kezarach. Van told him that he will share what he knows. Upon hearing about Van's fight with Kezarach, the commander deduced that Kezarach's stone statue rune might be a summoning-type runecraft or an imbuement type that is tied to stone. He told Van that he will remember this when they make a plan. He thanked him for his information. He told our boy that he will now share what they know about Kezarach and tease with him. He asked him about how much he knows about Kezarach and his mercenary group. Our boy told Hugh that he doesn't really know anything about Kezarach. He said that the only thing he knows about Tease is that there are a pretty strong mercenary group that rose to prominence 5 years ago. The commander decided to start by talking about Kezarach. According to him, Kezarach was adopted as the heir of a noble family when he was young. The noble who adopted him was a sponsor of the Ethos Order. No one knew who Kezarach's real parents were or where he was born. There was nothing on him. One day, the noble who adopted Kezarach was brutally murdered by him. Kezarach immediately fled the scene of the crime after killing the man. After this, the Ethos Order searched for Kezarach for years, but they were unable to find anything on him. It was as if he never existed in the first place. Around 5 years ago, just as the Order was about to give up, information about Kezarach suddenly started flooding in. Van asked Hugh if this was around the time that Tease started rising. The commander told him that he is correct. He said that there is something else. He revealed to Van that someone is hiding Kezarach and helping Tease grow. Our boy was shocked to hear this. The commander opened a map and said that the Order has narrowed down the force helping Kezarach to a certain extent. This force is Argo. It is the kingdom where Tease's main base is located. The mercenary group has mercenaries around the 13th Divine Tier and 12th Divine Tier executives. There are 4 11th Divine Tier division heads, and then there is Kezarach, the leader who is at the 9th Divine Tier. Hugh explained to Van that Kezarach and Tease are probably Argo's hunting dogs who clean up the kingdom's dirty mess. The reason why Kezarach's information suddenly started leaking out was probably because Argo wanted to carve Tease's name into the continent's consciousness. Since the Ethos Order didn't attack Tease despite knowing their base, Van asked Hugh if it is because the base is in Argo. The commander told him that he is correct. He explained to Van that it will be suicide for them to fight Tease in Argo if the kingdom is really the one behind them. Argo is on a completely different level from ordinary weak kingdoms. It is not an opponent that a mere religious order can declare war on. Van realized that Argo must have sorcerers who are at least at the 9th Divine Tier or higher. Hugh slammed his hand on the table and said that they are not completely out of options. He revealed to Van that Kezarach will leave the main base and head to the Awana Kingdom with a small group in exactly 15 days. The commander said that their order will set up an ambush along the route that Kezarach will be taking in advance. They will then launch a surprise attack. Van asked him if his information is reliable. Hugh told him that he can't reveal his source, but the information is reliable. Van stood up and told Hugh that he understands. He said that they can go over the details when they plan for the operation. He told the commander that he will join them and discuss everything at that time. After saying this, he walked towards the exit. Hugh asked Van if he would be prying by asking him about why he is so determined to kill Kezarach. Before leaving the tent, Van told the man that he would be prying. After saying this, he stepped out. Hugh decided not to push our boy. Immediately, he stepped out of the tent. A female knight greeted him. She shook his hand and introduced herself as Naomi. She asked our boy for his name. Van shared his name with her, with a smile on her face. The woman welcomed him and told him that she hopes they catch Kezarach together. Naomi is the commander's aide. Van told the woman that it is no problem. The moment he said this, someone screamed and asked Naomi about what she is doing. The person turned out to be Pollen. Naomi asked him about why he is yelling. The knight turned to our boy and asked him if his name is Van. With a look of anger on his face, he told Van that their commander took pity on him and brought him there. He said that they still haven't confirmed whether he is a sorcerer who will actually be of any help. He asked Van to follow him to the arena. Our boy told Pollen that he doesn't feel like proving anything to him. Pollen was annoyed to hear this. The commander stepped out and laughed. He said that Pollen seems to have a lot of complaints. Pollen said that the entire order actually has complaints. He explained to Hugh that they haven't verified whether Van is a sorcerer that they can trust. Hugh knew that the group was going to be walking the line between life and death with Van. He believed that they couldn't allow any conflict and resentment within the group. He asked Van about what he thinks. He asked him if things won't be easier for everyone if the men sorted out the pecking order once and for all. Van decided to accept the duel. He walked forward with Pollen. Naomi said that she doesn't understand why Pollen is so worked up. The commander smiled and said that this just means that Pollen cares very much about the knights. Naomi asked her commander about Van's divine tier. Hugh laughed and revealed to her that our boy is at the 10th divine tier. Naomi also laughed when she heard this. She quickly became shocked. She couldn't believe that Van was a 10th divine tier. At the arena, we see several knights gather around the stage. Van and Pollen were on the stage. Pollen explained to our boy that every knight gathered there will judge whether he is a sorcerer that is truly worthy of fighting alongside them through this duel. He told Van that the order doesn't need weak sorcerers. He drew his sword and told our boy that they will throw him out on the spot if he shows them something pathetic. He asked Van to show them everything he has. Van asked the knight if he can add one condition to the duel. Pollen did not expect to hear this. Before he could say anything, the referee asked them to begin. The moment he heard this, Van charged at Pollen at a crazy speed. He swung his leg at the man's head. Pollen was able to block the attack with his sword, but he got pressed down. The impact of the attack shattered the stage. Van jumped back to create some distance between himself and Pollen. He charged at him again. He appeared in front of Pollen and gave him several kicks in his stomach. The knight screamed out in pain. He wasn't even able to react to the attack. Van gave him a bone-crushing kick in the head. He told Pollen that he wants him to shut up and live quietly if he wins the duel. Before the fight began, Van told himself that it is better for him to subdue his opponent than to kill him. He noticed that the small amount of mana that he is allowed to use is slowly increasing. He believed that this was a perfect time for him to test a new armament. He hoped that Pollen wouldn't die. He wrapped his legs in some greaves and charged at Pollen. He gave the knight a powerful kick in the head. These greaves are Van's 5th armaments. They are known as the Black Heaven Greaves. These greaves store mana and then detonate it to use the thrust for movement and striking power. The explosion power is equal to the amount of mana stored. The scene shifts and we see Pollen wake up on the ground. When he looked around, he saw that they were already at night. The knights all gathered around a huge fire. When Pollen raised his head up, Naomi informed him that they are taking a short break on their way to the operation site. Pollen was surprised to hear this. Naomi explained to him that they have all agreed to arrive near the ambush point early and fine-tune the details. She revealed to Pollen that they have been moving throughout the 2 days he was knocked out. Pollen couldn't believe what he was hearing. Since he got taken down without being able to put up a fight, Pollen asked Naomi if our boy is a 10th divine tier. Naomi told him that he is correct. She revealed to him that Van is only 17 years old. Pollen couldn't believe what he was hearing. Naomi suggested that Van could be a royal from some absurdly powerful empire. Pollen told her that this would actually make so much sense. The woman told him that everyone is totally interested in Van. They are all desperate to get on his good side. Pollen stood up and said that our boy was a monster from the start. He told Naomi that he completely lost. The woman asked him about where he is going. Pollen walked up to our boy. A bald man sitting next to Van asked the man if he is finally awake. Pollen stretched out his hand and introduced himself to Van again. He apologized for his rude behavior. He told our boy that he never expected him to be such a strong sorcerer. Pollen is also one of the commander's aide. Van shook his hand and told him that he understands. He wondered why the man was talking when he asked him to live quietly. Pollen sat next to our boy and gently hit him in the chest. He asked him about how he was able to reach 10th divine tier at his age. Van asked him if it is a really big deal. Pollen told him that it is. A huge man informed our boy that Pollen has been acting like his nose is in the clouds ever since he hit 11th divine tier. A man next to the huge man said that Pollen has finally met his match. He said that the knight now understands that the world is a big place. Pollen was annoyed to hear this. He said that he was never full of himself. He told his comrades that he is not weak. It is just that Van is not normal. The huge man told him that Van can actually drink. He said that he likes our boy the more he sees him. Pollen froze in shock when he heard this. A woman sitting next to Van asked the man if he is serious. She reminded him that he was unable to touch a single hair on Van's head during their spar. The man stood up and said that he is better than Turtul. He said that Turtul surrendered immediately. Turtul reminded him that he is the idiot who charged in without even reading his opponent's level. The woman next to Van placed her hand on his shoulder and laughed out loud. She told our boy that the men are so petty. Our boy didn't know what to say. The woman explained to him that the reason everyone was wary of him at first was because he is so young. She told him that no one could have imagined that he would be such a strong sorcerer. She explained to Van that they can't put their lives in the hands of someone they cannot trust. She said that even though her comrades look like fools, they are fathers, mothers, children, grandkids, and people with families. They have something to protect and a home to go back to. Van assured the woman that he is fine. He told her that she doesn't have to worry about him. The woman laughed and told him that he is a really good kid. She told him that she will introduce him to her daughter once the mission is over. She assured him that he will like her. One of the men turned to a woman known as Selena and asked her about what she said that she wanted to do after this expedition. Selena revealed to him that she is going on a trip to Cam Beach with her parents. Another knight said that he needs to take his kids to see the sea. A man with beard said that his family hates the sea. The bald man said that he has to entertain his daughter all day. He said that he is already scared. A man next to him said that he is going with Elena to look at engagement rings. He told his comrades that he will probably get dragged around all day. The bald man asked him not to say things like this. He said that someone always dies when they have this talks. The man next to him asked him about why he would say something so unlucky. Holland told the man that their bald comrade has a point. The bald man turned to Van and told him that they still haven't heard anything about him. He told our boy that they are curious about him. The man next to him said that Van might be of royal blood since he is a 10th divine tier at age 17. The bald man said that our boy might be on a secret mission to beat up criminals to become the heir. Van placed his cup down when he heard this. He suddenly became sad. Everyone became quiet when they noticed this. The bald man asked his friend if they messed things up. His friend told him that it is better they shut up. The woman next to Van stood up and raised her cup up. She asked her comrades not to get carried away. She told them that they need to just drink. A man next to her raised his cup and said that she is right. He told his comrades that they just need to eat and sleep. Van stood up and walked forward. He said that he wants to get some air. The bald man turned to Ofen and asked her if Van isn't her sibling. He asked her if she isn't going to go after him. Ofen told him that they are not related. She said that she will just get in the way if she follows our boy. The bald man's friend told him that it is better they just shut up. The bald man nervously agreed with him. The woman asked the both of them not to say a word. The scene shifts and we see Van sitting at the edge of a cliff. He was holding a stick. He used the stick to draw Linda in the sand. He looked at the drawing with eyes filled with sadness. While he was looking at the drawing, he heard someone approaching him. He quickly turned around. The person turned out to be Hugh. The commander asked him to calm down. He explained to Van that he came to check on him because he heard that his squad might have gone too far. He asked our boy if he is all right. Van told him that he is fine. He asked him not to worry about him. Hugh could tell that something was wrong. He moved close to Van and asked him if the anger he has towards Kezarak is a desire for revenge. Van didn't say anything to him. Hugh went down and grabbed our boy's hand. Van was shocked to see this. He quickly moved his hand away. He asked the commander about what he is doing. Hugh explained to him that hatred is a massive fire that spreads within the heart. He told him that this fire might feel like it is making him stronger, but once the flame burns out, all that is left is a heart reduced to ashes. Van didn't respond to the man. He simply stared at him. Hugh patted him on his back and told him that he hopes he doesn't end up burning his own heart to nothing. He turned around and slowly walked away. He asked Van to pull himself together. He told him that they have to move early again tomorrow. He advised him to get back into his tent and rest. After the man left, Van raised his head up to see the moon. He focused his attention on the moon. At the camp, the bald man whose name is Turtul slowly moved away from the group. His friend called out to him and asked him if he is heading to bed. Turtul told his friend that he is simply going to the bathroom. As he walked forward, Turtul called his friend an idiot and said that his mouth is always the problem. He told himself that he needs to apologize to Van when he gets back. The moment he said this, he saw something in front of him. He bent down to get a better look at a stone statue. He wondered why something like this was here. Immediately he thought of this. The stone statue extended its body at a crazy speed and crushed the man's head. It was a swift death. Someone walked forward and said that it is natural for something like this to happen when they are drinking right before an important mission. The person said that the foolish knights of the Ethos Order will learn a lesson with their lives. He said that they will understand how cruel the price of carelessness can be. The person who said this was Kezarak. The leader of the mercenary group brought all his subordinates to ambush the knights of the Ethos Order. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the headquarters of the T's mercenary group. We see an amputated man on the ground. The man seemed to have been tortured. Kezarak told him that he has become an unbeautiful mess. He asked him not to worry. He told him that even his screams will sound beautiful once he is placed inside a statue. The man asked Kezarak to tell him how he figured things out. Kezarak's subordinate placed the man inside a mechanical bull. Kezarak asked the man if they have already figured out who is backing T's. He told him that he underestimated the intelligence network of their backers. Kezarak sat down and picked up a glass cup. As someone filled his glass, he told the man that he is genuinely grateful to him for making sure that the Ethos Order received a false tip about him heading to the Awana Kingdom in 15 days with a small group. The man was shocked to hear this. He asked Kezarak if it was all a trap. Kezarak told the man that he has done his job. He asked him to rest. Immediately he said this. His subordinate closed the mechanical bull. A fire got lit inside the bull. The spy was shocked to see this. He screamed and begged Kezarak to save him. Unfortunately, no one listened to his plea. As his body got incinerated, Kezarak said that his screams are quite beautiful. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. We see an injured Turtul walking towards the group. The man asked his comrades to save him. His friend was shocked to see what happened to him. He and a woman ran to Turtul. He asked Turtul to tell him what happened. He said that they need to stop his bleeding. Turtul told them that they need to be careful. The woman asked him about what he means. The moment she asked her question, Kezarak removed his shape-shifting rune and slowly revealed his face. He told the woman that she needs to be careful of him. Turtul's friend was shocked to see this. A loud explosion instantly took place in the area. The other members of the Ethos Order were shocked to hear the sound. Kezarak walked out of the shadows with his body covered in blood. He was holding the head of Turtul's friend. His comrades were behind him. He ordered them to kill everyone. He said that he wants them to take out everyone. The members of T's quickly charged at the knights. The knights were shocked to see that they were being ambushed. They quickly put themselves together and charged at the mercenaries. The knights fought with all their strength, but the mercenaries were overpowering them with their runes. The knights were getting pushed back. The commander ran out in his armor when he heard the commotion. He asked his knights about what is happening. Pollen informed him that they are being ambushed by T's. He told him that they need to retreat. Hugh didn't understand what was happening. He wondered about how the mercenaries knew about their position. He quickly realized that he had entered a trap. Pollen didn't understand why his commander wasn't giving them any orders. He told him that they don't have time to waste. Hugh told the man that it is already too late for them. He explained to Pollen that the spy they planted in T's must have gotten exposed. He said that the information about Kezarak heading to the Awana Kingdom was a trap to lure them in. He told his aide that T's must have already surrounded the entire area if they were the ones who set the trap. While screaming at the top of his voice, Hugh told his subordinates that they won't be saved by blindly running away. He said that they can't let this situation turn into a total annihilation no matter what happens. He ordered Naomi and Pollen to retreat to the south and report the situation to the Order. Pollen asked him about what is going to happen to him and the rest of the squad. The commander said that they will be moving north to buy them as much time as they can. He asked his subordinates to break through the encirclement and go straight to the Order once they get the chance. Pollen told his commander that this is too reckless. He told Hugh that they will all be dead before reinforcement arrives. Hugh called out to Pollen and released his energy. He told the man that he is counting on him. Pollen was shocked to hear this. He understood what his commander was trying to say. He clenched his fist out of anger and turned around. He ran into the forest with Naomi. Hugh turned to one of his men and apologized to him. He explained to him that he will need to stay behind because he is not the fastest person. The man with a scar on his head asked his commander not to say this. He asked Hugh to tell him who will stay with him if it isn't him. This man is another one of Hugh's aide. His name is Alberto. Hugh told his subordinate that he is always reliable. He drew his sword and cleared his throat. While screaming at the top of his voice, Hugh ordered his knights to get into a scythe-slash formation. The knights instantly composed themselves and got into the formation. They all pointed their blades at their enemies. Their bodies seemed to be covered with fused mana. The commander told the knights that they have one goal. He said that they need to break through the enemy's center and get out of this encirclement. He told his men that death is not an option. He told them that they are all going to go back home alive. The knights became fired up when they heard this. They charged at their enemies with their commander. The scene shifts, and we see Pollen and Naomi running in the forest. Before they could get far, two people landed in front of them and destroyed the ground. Pollen quickly stopped Naomi from moving forward. One of the mercenaries said that Kezarak was right about some knights running in the opposite direction. The man with a weird hair and mustache called Pollen and Naomi sneaky brats. His comrade, who looks like a monster, asked them if they're trying to run away after getting everyone worked up. The man with the weird mustache is a division head in the mercenary group. His name is Mach. The other man is also a division head. His name is Parkle. Naomi recognized the two division heads. She asked Pollen about what they are going to do. Pollen told her that they have no choice but to fight. Parkle asked them about what they are whispering about. The moment he said this, his hand transformed into hundreds of hands and grew bigger. He used his huge hand to hit Pollen. Pollen coughed out loud. The attack sent him flying. Naomi was shocked to see this. She called out to her comrade. Mach instantly appeared behind her with two bodies. He asked her if she is ignoring him. The woman quickly turned around. Mach and his clone took out their weapons and swung it at the woman. Naomi instantly drew her sword and used it to block the attacks. Unfortunately, she got pushed back and she lost her balance. Mach told her that she is pathetic. He thrust his weapon at her and asked her to die. Before his weapon could touch her, it got stopped by someone. Naomi was shocked to see who it was. The person turned out to be Van. Our boy dragged the sickles close to him. The original Mach was able to pull his sickle out and escape from Van's grip. Van instantly covered his leg with the Black Heaven Greaves and gave the clone a kick in the head. He beheaded the clone with a single kick. Naomi and Mach were shocked to see this. With a scary look in his eyes, Van asked the woman to explain what is going on. Mach quickly took out a strand of hair from his mustache and blew on it. This strand instantly turned into a clone. The clone was holding a sickle. Mach possesses the clone rune. It grants him the ability to pluck out a body hair and infuse it with mana to summon a clone of himself. Mach and his clone charged at Van. Mach called our boy a filthy rat bastard. Van grabbed Naomi's sword and asked her if she can borrow him the sword. He raised the sword and pushed it into the sickles. This allowed him to stop Mach and his clone and hold them down. Van jumped up and swung his Black Heaven Greaves at Mach with a large amount of energy. He crushed the clone's body in an instant. Mach was able to move away before our boy could crush his body. He couldn't believe that his clone went down so easily. Parkle laughed out loud and said that it has been forever since he has seen a body this tempting. His body slowly mutated into hundreds of hands, eyes, and mouths. Parkle possesses the fusion rune. The rune grants him the ability to fuse stolen body parts with his own body. It is only limited to living creatures. Parkle's fist became huge. He thrust it at Van. Our boy quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. Parkle instantly closed the distance between them. He swung his fists at Van and tried to crush him. Van was able to dodge the attack, but he lost his balance. Parkle quickly used this opportunity to launch a barrage of blows at him. Unfortunately for him, his attacks were quickly stopped. Van caught his hands and stopped him from moving. He jumped and gave Parkle a powerful kick in his stomach with his greaves. He moved back and charged at Parkle again. He gave him a powerful punch in his chest. He asked the creepy man to get lost. He made his attack faster and landed several punches on Parkle. His blows were destroying the man's body. Unfortunately, Parkle was regenerating his body. He laughed and told Van that his attacks actually hurt. The moment he said this, Mach and his clones charged at our boy from behind. Van could sense the presence of the clones. He knew that the person with a different amount of mana is the real person. When he turned around, his eyes released a red glow. This is Van's second manifested armament. It is known as the Truth Eye. It allows his eyes to perceive even the faintest mana that is undetectable to normal senses. Our boy gave the clones who got close to him a powerful kick in the head and pressed their bodies to the ground. The clones got destroyed when they received the attack. Van went down and pushed himself forward at a crazy speed. He grabbed Mach's leg. He wrapped his legs around the man's leg and pushed him down. Monch screamed and asked Van to let go of him. Our boy asked him not to worry. He told the division head that people make really good crutches these days. Monch was able to escape Van's grip, unfortunately for him. Our boy took one of his legs. Monch became scared. He felt like he was looking at a demon. He was certain that no one mentioned that the Ethos Order had a sorcerer as strong as Van. Naomi informed Van that his opponents are division heads from the T's mercenary group. Van asked her about what T's members are doing there. The woman explained to him that the information about Kezrak heading to the Owana Kingdom was a trap. She told him that Commander Hugh and the others are fighting Kezrak right now. Pollen got up and drew his sword. He asked Van to go where their commander is. Naomi asked her comrade if he is okay. The injured knight placed his hand on Van's shoulder and asked him if his target isn't Kezrak. He told him that he just needs to keep heading north. He asked our boy to go right now. He told him that the commander is probably pushing the enemy farther away. Van told Pollen that the two division heads are not opponents that they can handle on their own. He told him that he will regret it. Pollen smiled and said that he won't. He activated his rune and covered his sword with some yellow lightning. He told Van that he has already beaten them half to death. He took a stance and said that he didn't become a knight to mooch off some kid. He asked Van to go now. He told him that he might really lose his target if he wastes his time there. Van was a bit hesitant to leave. He turned around and said that he is leaving. Naomi took a stance and joined her comrade. Pollen told her that she is going to look pathetic if she dies while trying to look cool. The woman told him that his mouth is always the problem. Pollen pushed his lightning forward and smiled. He said that this is a do-or-die situation. He told Naomi that they can do this. The scene shifts, and we see Kezrak telling someone that something is unfortunate. He told the person that his tactic was truly beautiful. The knights used a strategy that looked like they were splitting into 3 different columns to break through their enemy. However, the central column led by Hugh pierced straight through the middle in an instant while the right and left columns protect them. This should have allowed the knights to disrupt the enemy's formation and escape the encirclement. Kezrak told the commander that it was a tactic that fit his rune perfectly. He looked at the bodies of the dead knights and told Hugh that executing a strategy like this with his weak knights is like putting pearls on a pig's neck. He explained to the commander that none of his knights were sorcerers capable of receiving his rune properly. He said that it is truly unfortunate. He looked at the injured commander and told him that he should have stayed glued to Leon Sapphire's side. He said that this is such an unbeautiful ending. Hugh had lost one of his arms. Alberto and a woman next to him tried to push themselves up to help their commander. Before they could do anything, someone cut off their heads. Hugh screamed when he saw this. Kezrak turned around and asked his subordinate to send Hugh off beautifully. He said that the commander was a fine knight. The blue man with 2 horns told his lord that he understands. Hugh watched the man raise his sword. He looked the man in his eyes. He didn't flinch even when he saw the man's sword coming close to his neck. Hugh closed his eyes. He looked as if he regretted something. Before the man's sword could touch the commander, a huge monster-like vehicle hit him and sent him flying. The commander was shocked to see this. Kezrak was also shocked to see this. When the monster landed on the ground, we see Van on it. The monster looked like a bike created by our boy. Van referred to Kezrak as his self-proclaimed life mentor and told him that he didn't expect to see him so soon. The vehicle laughed out loud when it heard what Van said. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see Van place his hand on the ground. Although it was faint, he could feel mana coming from the north. He could feel Kezrak's mana. He realized that Kezrak was way too far for him to catch up. He knew that he had one thing that would help him catch up in one shot. He just didn't like the thing because it was loud. He activated his rune and opened a portal. Something slowly came out of the ground. The creature laughed and said that it has been ages since it smelled the crisp air. It fully came out of the portal and greeted its master. It asked Van if he cut his hair again. This thing is the 6th manifested armament. It is known as the Black Spirit Carriage. It is a monster that lives by consuming living creatures as fuel. Its top speed is close to the speed of sound. Van got on the Black Spirit Carriage and asked it to shut up and move. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. Kezrak wondered why Van was there. He remembered what happened a few days ago at his headquarters. His subordinate told him that he looked into Van just as he ordered. He said that Van is truly the person who killed the executives, but there is nothing on him. His birth, his past, and his identity is completely unknown. Kezarak was annoyed to hear that they didn't have any information on Van at all. He believed that this was impossible. He asked his subordinate to tell him what the Argo Kingdom said. The man told him that even the Argo Kingdom said that it is unlikely that Van is of noble or royal blood. Kezarak said that this makes things even worse. He couldn't believe that Van was at the 10th divine tier at his age, even though he is not a noble or a royal. With a look of anger on his face, Kezarak said that they need to nip Van in the bud now before he becomes a major obstacle for them. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. Kezarak told himself that this situation is perfect. He wanted to get rid of all his annoying problems at once. He turned to a blue man whose name is Surfer and asked him to deal with Van. Immediately he said this. He felt some pain in his chest. Surfer asked him if he is all right. Kezarak coughed out some blood. He quickly realized that he was experiencing some side effects. He didn't think that the side effects would come at this time. He told Surfer that he will need to buy him some time. The man asked his boss to leave it to him. Surfer Ortega is one of the executives of Tease. The blonde man next to him told him that he will support Kezarak. This man's name is Azerny Rowe. He is also an executive of Tease. Van asked the commander if he is all right. Hugh told Van that he can't handle these opponents on his own. He asked him to run. Van noticed that the commander's arm was severed and he was bleeding badly. He could tell that Hugh was physically exhausted and he had burned through a lot of mana. He wondered if it would be more efficient for him to abandon the commander and fight alone. He asked Hugh to tell him what his rune is. Before Hugh could say anything, Surfer swung his sword with a large amount of force. He destroyed the ground with his attack and filled the air with a large amount of dust. He asked Van if he has the time to stand around chatting. Van jumped out of the dust with Hugh on his black spirit carriage. Hugh asked Van to at least run away. The black spirit carriage asked Hugh to let go of his hand before saying something like that. Surfer gathered his energy around his huge sword and asked Van to tell him where he is going. He fired his attack at Van. Surfer possesses the wind rune. It allows him to freely manipulate natural wind or generate artificial wind using mana. His wind took the shape of blades as they got closer to Van. Our boy stopped running and turned the black spirit carriage around. As the wind blades got closer to him, they destroyed the ground. A huge monster suddenly came out of the ground. The monster was a statue created by Kezarak. The man told Van that he is not going to go easy on him this time. Kezarak possesses a stone statue rune. It allows him to use mana to shape stone into various statues and freely control the completed constructs. Van turned his black spirit carriage around and moved forward. He was trying to escape the wind blades and the monster. The black spirit carriage told him that his skills are still as good as ever. Van asked it to shut up. He noticed that Surfer was also chasing after him. The black spirit carriage called out to him and informed him that there is something up front. Van saw a huge hand coming out of the ground. He was able to use the black spirit carriage to dodge the hand before it hit them. He realized that he can't keep the black spirit carriage going for long with his current mana reserves. He wondered if he should abandon the monster and take out another armament. The moment he thought of this, the commander placed his hand on his shoulder. Our boy felt a sudden boost in his mana. He was surprised to see that his mana was recovering. Hugh told Van that he can tell that he has no intention of running. He told him that he will give him what he can. As a light shined in the middle of his forehead, the commander reminded Van that he asked him about what his rune is. He said that this is his rune. Hugh's rune is known as the commander's rune. The rune only works on beings that the caster is in contact with. It grants him the ability to either infuse mana or siphon it away. The stolen mana can also be converted into the caster's own. Hugh told Van that this is all the mana that he can give him. Our boy assured him that this is fine. He said that the mana is more than enough. He hit a brake and made the black spirit carriage slower. This allowed the stone monster and Surfer to catch up to them. Van let go of his black spirit carriage and allowed it to move forward. He jumped off the monster and asked it to devour the blue bastard. The black spirit carriage told its master that it won't hold back. The moment it said this, Van thrust his fist at the stone monster and destroyed it with a single blow. The black spirit carriage is a monster that lives by using living creatures as fuel. Among all living prey, its favorite are intelligent beings. The monster enlarged its head and opened its mouth. It swallowed Surfer in one go. The man's sword fell out of his hand. Immediately, he landed on the ground. Van charged at Kezarak. He clenched his fist and promised to not let Kezarak get away this time. Before our boy could reach him, Kezrak gently smiled. Van found this odd. Kezrak told him that he is seriously underestimating Surfer. The moment he said this, Surfer appeared next to our boy with two swords in his hands. A territorial conflict once took place between the Balcony Kingdom and the Dakkart tribe. The war is known as the Dakkart Mountain Range War. The Dakkart tribe originally didn't want to start a war with the kingdom that encroached on their land. They tried to resolve the dispute peacefully, but the Balcony Kingdom chose to use violence against them. The war broke out due to the Balcony Kingdom's one-sided invasion. It lasted for as long as 10 years. The Dakkart tribe witnessed the death of their parents, siblings, comrades, and even their lovers. On a battlefield where only death is permitted, the deafening roar of countless clashing blades was brought to a halt by a single mercenary group. Tease was the group that brought the war to an end. After ending the war, Kezrak turned to a man and told him that the Balcony Kingdom has fallen. He told the man that his tribe is now completely free. The man he was talking to was Surfer. Kezrak asked Surfer if he will join him. He told him that he needs someone like him who has a beautiful talent. Surfer was surprised to hear Kezrak's offer. He made a decision to devote his life to the man standing in front of him. He looked at the battlefield that was filled with bodies and Kezrak statues. He saw Kezrak as his savior. The scene shifts, and we are taken back some minutes earlier. We see the Black Spirit carriage saying that it has been long since it last had a proper meal. It said that everything is different about this meal. Immediately it said this, Surfer opened his eyes. He spun his body at a crazy speed and tore the mouth of the monster open. The Black Spirit carriage spat out some blood as Surfer jumped out of its body. It didn't understand how Surfer was able to survive. The man landed on the ground and said that he hasn't repaid his debt to Kezrak. He raised his sword and split it in two. He charged at Van and asked him if he thinks that he will die in a place like this. Before Surfer's blade could touch him, our boy moved back. Surfer landed in front of Kezrak and gathered his wind around his blade. He fired his wind at Van. Our boy punched his wind blades away and told him that he has no interest in him. He charged at Surfer and gave him a heavy kick in his chest. He asked the man to get lost. The attack sent Surfer flying. The man quickly regained his balance. He realized that Van is not someone he can take lightly. He decided to go all out. He released a large amount of energy. His body grew bigger and his horns grew longer. His sword also grew longer. Van didn't like this. He wanted to conserve his mana as much as possible. With a scary look on his face, Surfer told our boy that he and Kezrak are bound by blood. He said that they share a fate that is forged in blood. He told him that he has to get past him first if he wants to reach Kezrak. Van was annoyed to hear this. He remembered his family, his friends, and his fiancée. With a look of pure madness on his face, Van asked Surfer if he knows the person who owns the blood that he keeps speaking of. Surfer ignored him and spun his blades at a crazy speed. He threw them at our boy. The blades moved past him and destroyed the ground. Surfer put his hands together and placed them on the ground. The moment he did this, several tornadoes erupted from the ground. Surfer grabbed his blades and told our boy that there is nowhere left for him to run. He charged at him with his spinning blades. He pushed our boy back with his spinning blades. Van could barely dodge his attacks. As he pushed Van back, Surfer said that Kezrak will bring this age of chaos to an end. He said that Kezrak is a great man destined to usher in peace. He asked Van if he really believes that a nobody like him could ever harm Kezrak. As he spoke, a large amount of wind gathered around his body. His body began to spin at a crazy speed. He destroyed everything around him. This technique is known as the heavenly dance of the wind rune. Surfer told Van that he will be torn to pieces and scattered in the wind. Our boy instantly understood that he couldn't conserve his mana against an opponent like Surfer. He clenched his fist and gathered his mana in his hand. Because of his seal, he could only use a small amount of mana, so summoning a complete armament was impossible for him. However, now that the commander was supporting him and his mana was fully replenished, Van was able to summon his armament in its complete form. He took a stance and summoned the body liberation of the Annihilation Fist. His mana covered his arm. With a horrifying look on his face, Van told Surfer that they are bastards who treat human lives like that of insects. He gathered his strength in his legs and charged at Surfer. He was prepared to tear the man apart. As Van got closer to him, Surfer saw something horrifying. With eyes filled with madness, Van told the sorcerer that his words are truly disgusting. He gave Surfer a bone-shattering punch. The The attack caused a huge explosion in the area. Upon seeing this, Kezarach ordered Azerni to inject artificial mana into him. The man was surprised to hear this. He asked his master if the side effects are no longer a concern. Kezarach tore his clothes and said that he won't use any major techniques. He told the man that he will manage. Kezarach revealed his runes and said that a beautiful thing is something that doesn't fade so easily. In the next scene, we are taken to the past. We see someone holding a measuring glass containing some liquid. Someone informed the person that the Argo Kingdom has begun its war with the Awana Kingdom. The person was not surprised to hear this. He said that the king of Argo is getting impatient. The person talking is Kezarach. The man who informed him about the situation is Surfer. Surfer told Kezarach that the king wants the artificial mana to be completed as soon as possible. While staring at a huge test tube, Kezarach said that he also wants this. He told Surfer that they need to complete the artificial mana if they want the world to be a beautiful place. Surfer looked into the test tube to see Azerni. The man had several cables sticking out of his body. Surfer asked his lord if this is the artificial mana storage dummy that he developed. Kezarach told him that it is. He said that the dummy's name is Azerni. He told Surfer that Azerni will be his first masterpiece. He explained to him that the concentrated base of artificial mana can't be stored in an ordinary container. However, if a person injects the base into a dead body's blood vessels and cells, the artificial mana binds with the hemoglobin structure in the blood and stabilizes it. As he spoke, Kezarach pressed a button and opened the tank. He let Azerni out. He told Surfer that the progress of the artificial mana doesn't stop there. He said that he can even make a corpse move again with the power of the artificial mana. He placed his hand on Azerni's shoulder and told Surfer that the corpse has no memories or sense of self from when it was alive. It is just a beautiful living reservoir of artificial mana. Kezarach said that the corpse still has a downside. He revealed to Surfer that the corpse will shut down once the artificial mana is depleted. He told him that they need a body that can fully contain artificial mana even while it is alive, a body that is strong enough to endure it. Kezarach said that they need a resilient body to create the beautiful world that they want. He told Surfer that they need the body of the Grand Duke of the Awana Kingdom. He wanted to get Leon Sapphire's body. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the present. We see Kezarach activate his rune. He made several huge rocks fall from the sky. It was as if meteors were falling on Van. Our boy quickly moved out of the way to dodge the huge rocks. Immediately, he was out of the range of the attack. He raised his head up. He saw Kezarach walking towards Surfer's ruined body. Kezarach noticed that the man's eyes were open. He helped him close it. Van reminded the man that he is involved in human trafficking, organ trading, assassination, and kidnapping. He told him that his group is filled with trash who will do anything as long as they get paid. Our boy got up and released a large amount of killing intent. He asked Kezarach if they consider themselves precious. He told him that he is absolutely disgusting. Kezarach told our boy that it is not beautiful to judge everything based only on what he can see on the surface. He stood up and said that this is his second advice. Van charged at him and asked him to shut up. Kezarach realized that he couldn't waste any more time here. He decided to end the fight now. He placed his hands on the ground and activated his totem pole rune. The rune grants him the ability to summon 4 totem poles that wield the power of the 4 classical elements. These are earth, water, fire, and air. The moment he activated his rune, the totem poles came out of the ground and opened their mouths. They fired the 4 elements at Van. Kezarach also activated his stone statue rune and made several stone statues come out behind Van. The statues were carrying weapons. Van easily sensed their presence. He saw that he was blocked from both sides. He stopped moving and punched the air. The impact of his attack pushed Kezarach's elements and statues back. Kezarach was surprised to see this. He didn't understand how Van was able to deal with the attack so easily. Our boy pushed forward and told Kezarach that he will smash his glasses first. As Van dealt with the totems, the commander closed his eyes and released his mana. He noticed that Kezarach's mana had an unnatural spike. He was certain that there had to be a mana supply source somewhere feeding Kezarach. Hugh carefully sensed the mana in the area. He knew that he would be able to find the supply source if he follows the flow of mana spreading through the place. He quickly noticed that the mana was flowing in one direction. He found Azerni hiding in the ground. Azerni noticed that the commander had discovered his presence. Hugh opened his eyes when he found the man. Kezrak quickly turned to the commander. He saw that he was running towards Azerny. He quickly raised his hand and used his stone statue rune. Several stone statues appeared around Hugh with different weapons in their hands. They swung their weapons at the commander. Fortunately, the Black Spirit carriage saved Hugh. The commander was surprised to see that the monster saved him. The Black Spirit carriage said that it will be a problem for it if its master dies. It told Hugh that it is going to help him out. The commander asked it to move at full speed. Upon seeing that Hugh was getting close to him, Azerny got out of the ground and began to run. Before Hugh could grab him, Kezrak's totems released fire and wind at him. The attack sent the Black Spirit carriage and the commander flying. Kezrak became relieved when he saw them on the ground. He realized that he could have been in serious trouble if Hugh had caught Azerny. Immediately he thought of this. Van appeared behind him and asked him about where he is looking at. Kezrak was shocked to hear his voice. He quickly raised a statue from the ground and used it to block Van's attack. Kezrak was amazed by Van's strength. Our boy had gotten so strong that it seemed as if he was a completely different sorcerer. He couldn't believe that our boy was doing all this without using any artificial mana. He wondered about how Van was able to get so strong in such a short period of time. The moment he thought of this, Van clenched his fist and gave him a punch. Kezrak tried to dodge the attack, but Van was able to hit his leg. Our boy cut off his leg with a single blow. Kezrak grit his teeth to endure the pain. He wondered if this kind of explosive growth is really possible. He quickly jumped back to separate himself from Van. He told himself that it doesn't matter how strong Van has become. He said that he will never lose as long as he has artificial mana. He quickly activated his stone statue rune. Before he could do anything, Hugh smiled. He remembered how his finger managed to graze Azerny's shoulder. He said that he is quite tenacious even though he looks like this. Immediately he said this. He activated his commander rune. The rune allows him to infuse mana into beings he is in contact with or siphon their mana away. He can also make the stolen mana his own. Hugh stretched out his hand and began to drain Azerny's mana. The man screamed out in pain as his mana got dragged out of him. Kezrak quickly turned around when he heard Azerny's voice. The moment he let his guard down, Van charged at him. Kezrak was able to dodge the attack by jumping back. He quickly used a technique known as secret passage wall surface. He made several huge barriers come out of the ground and block Van. Our boy appeared next to the man and told him that he won't be needing any crutches. With a scary look in his eyes, he told Kezrak that he will be dying soon. On the other side of the forest, we see Pollen and Naomi breathing heavily. Naomi said that Manch can't regenerate anymore. Pollen asked her if she is certain. The woman said that she can't sense any mana from them. She told Pollen that they are definitely dead. While he was breathing heavily, Pollen turned around when he heard a loud sound. Naomi said that the sound came from the place Van and their commander are. She asked Pollen if they shouldn't check it out. Pollen told her that everyone's sacrifice will be meaningless if they do this. He said that they need to make it back to the order. He and Naomi ran forward. A minute after they left, Manch opened his eyes and turned to them. The scene shifts and we are taken to the headquarters of the Ethos Order. We see the building burning. We see a huge man standing at the top of a cliff. The man looked down and ordered his subordinates to prepare to move. He said that they are going to save Hugh Zainal. This man is Leon Sapphire, the head of the Leon household and the Grand Duke of the Awana Kingdom. A man walked up to Leon and informed him that there are no survivors. He said that they arrived too late. Leon ordered the man to prepare to move. The man bowed his head and accepted the order. The scene shifts and we are taken back to Van. We see our boy give Kezrak a powerful blow in his chest. The attack sent him flying. Van moved close to Kezrak and picked him up. He asked him to tell him everything he knows about the sorcerer from the Zoe Kingdom. Kezrak smiled and called Van an idiot. He asked him about who he is talking to. The moment he said this, his disguise began to slowly fade away. The person Van picked up wasn't Kezrak. It was Azerny. Kezrak had used his rune to change the man's image. Before Van could do anything else, Kezrak activated his rune and made a huge stone fist come out of the ground. The stone fist hit our boy and sent him flying. As Van slowly got up, Kezrak slowly came out of the ground. He told our boy that he will give him one last piece of advice. He advised him never to let his guard down no matter how trivial the ability may seem. Van realized that when Kezrak raised the barrier, he hit himself and threw his subordinate out as bait. He stood up and told Kezarek that he has an amazing survival instinct. Azerny turned to Kezarek and begged him to take away the last of his artificial mana. Kezarek placed his hand on the man's body and told him that he did a good job. Immediately he said this, he drained Azerny's remaining artificial mana. The man's energy was completely drained out of him. Kezarek's body became bigger. He activated his stone statue rune and dragged the earth to his body. He made an armor with multiple arms and a huge hammer out of the earth. This form was made with the combination of all his runes. Kezarek told Van that he didn't expect him to force him to summon the Elemental Colossus. He told our boy that he acknowledges him. The Elemental Colossus is created when Kezarek summons a giant stone golem that wields the power of the 4 elements and merges with it. Hugh was shocked to see that Kezarek was using 3 runes at the same time. He knew that the mana needed for this is insane. With Kezarek's artificial mana, his power easily surpasses 9th divine tier. Kezarek hit his hammer on the ground and released a large amount of fire on Van. Van had to jump back to dodge the fire. He quickly charged at Kezarek again. He thrust his fist at the man when he got close to him. Kezarek swung his huge fist at Van and blocked his attack with ice. He raised his hand up and created several boulders in the air. He made the boulders rain on Van. Our boy had to quickly move back to dodge the boulders. Kezarek appeared behind our boy and used his fire hammer to hit him. The attack sent him flying. The moment he did this, he began to cough heavily. When he looked at his hand, he saw that it was filled with his blood. He realized that the side effects were starting again. He knew that he had to end the fight quickly. He told Van that it pains him to crush a talent as beautiful as his own. He said that it can't be helped. Van pushed himself out of the ground and told the man that he is funny. He asked him if he believes that he is winning. Kezarek asked Van to drop the bravado. He told him that he already knows that his mana has completely run dry. The moment he said this, a formation appeared beneath him. When the formation got activated, a portal was created. Kezarek was shocked to see a formation beneath him. He wondered about when Van managed to set this up. With a scary look in his eyes, Van asked Kezarek if he thinks he was just running around without any plan. While fiercely moving to avoid Surfer and Kezarek's pincer attacks, Van stained the tail of the black spirit carriage with blood. He was preparing to summon something. The countless corpses scattered across the battlefield and the blood soaking deep into the earth were more than enough to serve as sacrifices. At this very moment, all the spilled blood gathered together. Van raised his hand and revealed an odd object. He placed the object close to his chest. His clothes instantly disappeared. A large amount of eerie mana began to gather around him. Kezarek was shocked to see this. He noticed that he was in another world. He realized that this wasn't a formation. It was a rune art. He had never seen or even heard of an ability like this. Immediately he thought of this. His elemental colossus fell apart. He fell into a sea of blood. He was shocked to see that his artificial mana was completely gone, then landed on the ground in a long red robe. His hair grew longer, and the object that he took out was on his chest. This form is Van's 7th manifested armament. It is known as the Blood Jade. The wielder who offers sacrifices to summon the Blood Jade becomes the master of the Sea of Blood. With a terrifying look in his eyes, Van told Kezarek that he is the only one allowed to use mana in this Sea of Blood. The man couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had never heard of an absurd ability like this. Before he could do anything, he felt something in his hand. When he looked down, he saw several undead beings in the ground. One of them was eating his hand. Kezarek screamed and asked our boy about what is happening now. He quickly drew his hand out and jumped back. His body hit something before he could even run. When Kezarek turned around, he saw more undead beings. They all smiled at him. One of them asked him about where he is going. Kezarek instantly recognized the armors the undead beings were wearing. He realized that they were knights of the Ethos Order. He entered the Sea of Blood and began to run. The undead beings moved their grotesque body and chased after him. They surrounded him and asked him about where he is going. Kezarek screamed as the undead knights grabbed him. They told him that he will come with them. Kezarek begged them to let him go, then summoned a huge spear and said that this is an ugly sight. He told Kezarek that he brought it upon himself. The moment he said this, he gathered a large amount of mana into the spear and told the mercenary that he should have just left him alone. He threw the spear with a large amount of force. The spear hit Kezarek directly in his chest. After this happened, the pool of blood slowly started to shrink. Kezarek got pushed out of the dimension. His body looked lean. The man noticed that his mana and his blood were drying up. He wondered if this was the power of Van's rune. Our boy walked up to the wounded man. When Kezarek saw him, he said that he remembers the Djiol mountain hideout. He said that they wiped out a small village in the Azraon Mountains. He told Van that he connected the Djiol mountain bandits to a certain man for the cleanup of the village. He said that he was told that there were no survivors in the village. He realized that Van was a survivor. He now knew that our boy came to find him for revenge. Van asked him to tell him everything he knows about the sorcerer from the Zoe Kingdom. Immediately he said this. He got a small headache. He carefully touched his head. Kezarek looked at the sky and said that people love to say that there is nothing more pointless and empty as revenge. He said that people are wrong. He believed that this was just the nonsense of hypocrites who have never stood in the Avengers' shoes. He said that a person feels something that nothing else in this world can give them when their revenge succeeds. It is a trembling, intoxicating catharsis. The person gets an overwhelming sense of release, a feeling of achievement and fulfillment. It is a beautiful emotion that only those who complete their revenge can feel. However, this feeling quickly fades, and in the end, all that is left is an empty heart and hollow despair. Kezarek turned to Van and asked him about how he plans to overcome this emptiness. Unfortunately for him, Van wasn't interested in hearing this. He grabbed Kezarek's neck and asked him to just tell him about the sorcerer. His eyes were filled with madness. Kezarek could see this. He could see that Van's eyes were filled with hate. He smiled and said that they remind him of his old self. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see a young boy split a small log of wood with his axe. This young boy is Kezarek. He was 15 years old at this time. Immediately, he put his axe down. His father called out to him and asked him if he is working hard again. Kezarek covered his nose when his father got close to him and told him that he smells like alcohol. He asked his father if he was drinking with the uncles again. The man laughed and said that he had to drink because his son is going to be a great sorcerer very soon. He told Kezarek that he had one drink because he was in a good mood. He moved close to his son and told him that they need to head inside since his mother will be tired of waiting. Kezarek told his father that his beard is pricking him. Inside the house, we see a picture of Kezarek's mother on a fireplace. Kezarek had the same color of hair as his mother. He told his mother that he will come home often. He asked her to take care of herself. After he said this, his father called out to him and asked him not to lose his kind heart even when he grows into a fine sorcerer. He asked him to live his life doing what is right. He asked his son to do this for him and his mother. He asked him to promise that he will remain the same. Kezarek made a pinky swear with his father to promise him. The next day, we see a carriage standing outside Kezarek's house. Kezarek's father began to cry when he saw the carriage. Kezarek asked him to stop crying. The man said that it feels like he just saw him toddling around yesterday. He said that he cannot believe that his son is entering the military academy as the runner-up. Kezarek asked his father about where his tough look from yesterday disappeared to. The coachman asked Kezarek to get in the carriage. He told him that he will be late for his entrance ceremony if he doesn't leave soon. After his son entered the carriage, the man asked him not to forget their promise. He asked his son to stay healthy. Kezarek smiled and asked his father to take care of himself. As the carriage moved forward, the man waved to his son and told him that he will live long enough for him to make it big and buy them a house in the capital. Kezarek laughed and told his father that he will come home often. After the carriage left the area, the man cleaned his tears. He couldn't believe that he was crying in front of his son. The moment he thought of this, he noticed that someone was behind him. When the man turned around, he saw two huge men. The men were dressed like knights. The scene shifts, and we see the coachman take Kezarek to the entrance of a mansion. Kezarek told him that this isn't the military academy. The man asked him to come inside for a moment. When Kezarek entered the mansion, someone welcomed him. He told him that he has been waiting for him. He grabbed Kezarek's hand and told him that he heard that he has a rune that lets him change his appearance into anything. He asked Kezarek if this is true. The boy nervously said that it is. He asked the man if this is the military academy. The man smiled and told Kezarek that he canceled his enrollment. He told the boy that he is going to be adopted as his son and assist him instead. Kezarek was shocked to hear this. With a creepy smile on the man's face, He said that his beautiful artistic inspiration isn't what it used to be. He told Kezarach that he will become the perfect muse with his ability. Kezarach told the noble that he doesn't really understand him. The man said that peasants truly can't understand words. He ordered his subordinate to bring something. The man threw someone in front of Kezarach. The person turned out to be his father. The noble asked someone to hold Kezarach's father down. He said that he is struggling again. He told Kezarach that he simply needs to help him for 10 years. He assured the boy that he will forge a certificate saying that he graduated as the top student in his class and allow him to go free after 10 years. As he spoke, someone held Kezarach down. The man told the boy that he can become a proper sorcerer and spend the rest of his life happily with his father after he provides the services he needs. With a creepy smile on his face, the noble told Kezarach that he will tear his father's limbs apart and shove it down his throat if he dares refuse. The boy was horrified to hear this. He asked Kezarach to decide quickly. Kezarach's father asked him to run. The boy asked the noble if he will only help him for 10 years. The noble smiled and said that he is the archbishop of the Ethos Order. He said that a promise like this is easy for him to keep. Kezarach said that he will do it. The man told him that he made a wise choice. He said that they will sign a contract and throw away his ugly clothes. He ordered someone to bring Kezarach a dress. Kezarach's father hated this. He begged his son to leave. Kezarach asked his father not to worry. With tears in his eyes, he asked his father to wait 10 years for him. The man didn't know what to say to his son. During winter, we see some maids gossiping about the scars on someone's body. One of them said that the noble adopted Kezarach as his son, and yet he puts him through every kind of sadistic torture imaginable and calls it art. The maid's friend asked her to keep quiet. She said that their master might hear her. As they spoke, we see Kezarach looking at his reflection in the mirror. His body was covered in scars and his hands and legs were held together with shackles. Kezarach didn't have any clothes on. He only wore an underwear and a mask. At this point, he was 25 years old. Kezarach went to the noble's door and knocked on it. When he went inside, the man asked him about who let him in. He asked Kezarach to get out. Kezarach informed the man that today marks the 10 years that they agreed upon. The man ignored Kezarach and turned to his guest. He apologized to him and said that one of his slaves is causing trouble. His guest told him that it is fine. He asked him not to mind him. He smiled and asked the noble to continue his little talk. The guest turned out to be the man who imprisoned Van in the pocket dimension. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. We see Kezarach tell Van that this was his first meeting with the sorcerer from the Zoe Kingdom. He revealed to Van that the man's name is Akratos. Our boy was shocked to hear the name of the sorcerer. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see Kezarach remembering that the archbishop harassed him again. It was unbearable for him, but he believed that he will be able to see his father again if he could endure the pain for 8 years. At another time, a bunch of other people who look like the archbishop visited Kezarach and harassed him. Every day was hell for Kezarach, but he told himself that he will be able to see his father again if he could just hold on for 5 more years. Kezarach often got tortured by terrible people. His days were filled with nothing but pain. He believed that he would be in less pain if these people just tore his limbs apart. However, he only had 1 more year to see his father. He told himself that he needs to endure for the sake of his father. Kezarach used his own blood to write that he will finally get to see his father when the day comes. The 10 years were complete, and his happy life was about to begin. Kezarach told himself that his new life will start now. He laughed like a deranged man as he said this. After meeting the archbishop, he followed him and Akratos somewhere. As the archbishop guided Akratos, he apologized to him for causing trouble over a single slave. Akratos placed his hand around the man's shoulder and asked him if he knows the amount of information that he has sold to the Zoe Kingdom. He laughed and told the archbishop that it is fine. The man thanked him for this. He turned to Kezarach and asked him to consider himself lucky. He told him that he would have beheaded him on the spot if Akratos found him even slightly irritating. When they arrived at a door, Akratos asked the archbishop if this is the room where he keeps his favorite exhibits. The man told him that he is correct. Kezarach asked the man if his father is there. The archbishop opened the door and laughed. He asked Kezarach if it has been 10 years since he last saw his father. Kezarach ran into the room and called out to his father. He told him that he has waited 10 years to see him. Immediately he said this. Kezarach saw something horrifying. His father was begging someone to kill him. The poor man had been transformed into a huge, grotesque creature. He had several long tubes sticking out of him. The archbishop laughed like a lunatic and asked Kezarach to tell him what he thinks. He said that this is a masterpiece he spent 10 whole years creating. He said that it is his most beautiful work. Kezarach fell to his knees when he saw his father. The crazy man smiled when he saw the look in his eyes. He said that his beautiful artwork is complete. He asked Kezarach if he knows how hard it was for him to keep his father alive in this state without letting him die. Kezarach lowered his head and began to cry. He asked the man to tell him why he did this. He reminded him that he promised to let them go if he endured for 10 years. The archbishop told him that he wasn't lying. He told Kezarach that he can go home with his father now that the artwork is complete. He told him that he is not certain if his father can go anywhere in his current state. Kezarach raised his head and told the archbishop that he will kill him. He charged at him. Before he could touch the man, a knight jumped out of hiding and slammed his head to the ground. The archbishop referred to Kezarach as a slave and asked him to know his place. He asked Kezarach to stop crawling and change into how he was last night. He said that he can't stop this excitement right now. With eyes filled with anger, Kezarach assured the man that he will kill him. The archbishop began to hit his head when he heard this. Kezarach told him that he will kill him no matter what happens. Immediately he said this, someone attacked the knight with a powerful stinger. The attack sent the man flying. The person who attacked him was Akratos. The sorcerer smiled and said that it has been a while since he smelled hatred that was this thick. He moved close to Kezarach and asked him if he would like him to help him with his revenge. The archbishop was shocked to hear what Akratos said. Akratos told Kezarach that he will become his slave if he helps him. He asked him if he is okay with this. Kezarach said that he doesn't care about this. He raised his head and told Akratos that he will give him everything he has as long as he can get his revenge. The archbishop quickly told Akratos that he can handle his slave himself. Akratos ignored him and told Kezarach that they have a deal. He used his stinger to create a huge spiky rock and pushed it into Kezarach's back. He asked Kezarach to endure the pain. Kezarach screamed as the rock got pushed into him. He got up and released huge spiky rocks from his mouth and legs. The archbishop turned to Akratos and asked him about why he is suddenly doing this. Akratos laughed and asked him if this is sudden. He told the archbishop that he is seriously hilarious. With a smile on his face, he asked the archbishop if he knows why he came all the way there. He revealed to him that their king believes that a filthy pervert like him is just getting in the way. He told the man that he came there to kill him. He laughed and told the archbishop that he didn't do anything because he was thinking about the most delicious way to kill him. The archbishop was shocked to hear this. He ran towards the door and called out to his guards. Akratos revealed to the archbishop that he already sealed off the sound of the entire room. The archbishop began to hit the barrier and scream. He begged someone to save him. While he was screaming, the spiky rock slowly entered Kezarach's body. He carefully got up. The archbishop began to cry when he sensed Kezarach's presence. Kezarach covered his body with rocks and walked towards the man with a face filled with anger. He told the archbishop that his father probably begged him too. He asked him to beg for his life like a dog. The man begged Kezarach to spare him. Kezarach told him that he is pathetic. The archbishop begged Kezarach to stay back. He began to scream. A week later, we see Akratos looking at something. He couldn't believe that Kezarach tortured the archbishop for a week. He told him that he is seriously not normal. Kezarach had completely torn the man's body apart with rocks. Somehow, he was still able to keep him alive. The archbishop was begging Akratos to kill him. Akratos smiled and told Kezarach that he likes his work better. He asked him about what he is going to do about his father. Kezarach knew that his father couldn't survive like this. He placed his hand on his body and released some mana. He used the rocks to tear the man apart. After destroying his father's body, Kezarach used a bag to pick up a part of him and asked him to rest in peace. Akratos moved close to him and told him that he needs to follow him just like he promised. He asked Kezarach if they can do something about his hideous face first. Kezarach realized that his original face would have been damaged beyond recognition after 10 years of torture. Akratos gave him some mana. Kezarach used it to change his face. He asked the sorcerer if this is much better. He changed his face into that of the person he missed the most. Kezarach copied his father's face. Akratos asked him for his name. The man shared his name with the sorcerer. Outside the archbishop's mansion, we see a woman greet Akratos. the sorcerer asked the woman whose name is Versa if she has been short on test subjects lately. He told her that he picked up an interesting subject for her. Versa asked him if the person behind him is the subject. Akratos told her that she is correct. He revealed to her that he already force-implanted a rune into Kezarek. He said that they need to head to the kingdom to implant another one into Kezarek. Versa suggested that they start moving. She told Akratos that he came out later than scheduled. Akratos didn't expect her to ignore him. He told her that she is no fun. While he was talking, Kezarek turned around and glared at the Archbishop's mansion. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. We see Kezarek telling Van that he wanted to tear down this unequal class system and build a beautiful world where everyone is equal. He even broke his promise to his father just to focus on developing artificial mana. Kezarek couldn't believe that this was how things were going to end for him. Van didn't really care about what Kezarek was saying. He was more focused on the fact that the name of the sorcerer who locked him up is Akratos. Kezarek asked Van to head to the Leon family of the Awana Kingdom. He revealed to him that there is a spy planted there by the Argo Kingdom. Van asked him about what he is saying. Kezarek told him that the spy knows where Akratos is currently staying. Van grabbed his neck and asked him about why he is suddenly helping him like this. Kezarek told Van that he can't touch a single hair on Akratos' head at his level. He told our boy that he is helping him because he reminds him of his old self. Immediately he said this, someone hit his stomach with a powerful attack. Van quickly raised his head up. He saw another attack coming towards him. Unfortunately, our boy was already out of mana. He didn't know what to do. Before the attack could reach him, someone appeared in front of him and blocked the attack. Van was shocked to see who it was. The person turned out to be Anna Dalton. The woman smiled and told Van that it took her forever to find him. She told him that he has gotten sexier. In the next scene, we see Naomi stop to catch her breath. Pollen asked her if she is okay. He asked her if they should rest for a moment. Naomi told him that she is fine. She said that they need to get to the order as fast as possible. Immediately she said this. Parkle appeared behind Pollen and told him that the Ethos Order is probably already in shambles. Pollen was horrified to hear the man's voice. He quickly jumped back. He asked him about how he is still alive. He was certain that Parkle was dead. Parkle told him that he needs to check a person a few times to confirm if they are dead. He said that rookies without real combat experience are such a mess. Pollen asked him about what he meant when he said that the Order is in shambles. Parkle laughed when he heard his question. He told Pollen that while the Ethos Knights were focused on Kezarek, they got stranded all the way out here. For the factions that want to wipe out the Ethos Order, there is no better chance than this. Pollen froze in shock when he heard this. He couldn't believe that his commander was right. He didn't think that this was really a trap to lure the Knights out. He now understood that the goal of their enemies was the annihilation of the Ethos Order. He believed that he should have regrouped with his commander instead of running back to the Order. He quickly told Naomi that he will stall Parkle. He asked her to get to their commander. Immediately, he gave this order. Parkle took off Naomi's head. Pollen turned to her when he heard a sound. He was horrified to see that his comrade's head was gone. Parkle appeared in front of him and told him that he has to get back to his friends. With a horrifying smile on his face, he told Pollen that playtime is over. He said that it was fun while it lasted. An hour later, we see someone riding a huge lion appear with his men. One of his subordinates informed him that they found the bodies of a man and a woman. He told him that the two of them are Ethos Knights. The man got off his lion and asked his subordinate if they are too late. One of his soldiers informed him that Pollen is still breathing. Sapphire was surprised to hear this. He asked the medics to treat the man. He told his subordinates that they need to sweep the area faster. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to Van. We see Anna smiling at him. The person who attacked our boy said that a pesky nuisance has showed up. The man with a crow's mask and an unusual arm said that the T's mercenary group is over since Kezarek has been taken out. The man told himself that half the objective is complete. The moment he said this, Parkle appeared behind him and called out to him. He asked him if Kezarek has been eliminated. The man whose name is Raven told Parkle that he is late. He asked him if he was able to take care of the fleeing knights. Parkle told him that he was. Raven stood up and said that the T's mercenary group is now gone. He told him that they are returning to the Argo Kingdom. Parkle looked down and saw Hugh. He told his comrade that Hugh is still alive. Raven told him that it is too late to take care of Hugh. He revealed to him that Sapphire's mana signature is getting closer. He said that they need to get out of there. With a sad look on his face, Parkle said that Olga is going to nag him to death. Raven asked him to stop whining and start moving. Anna was able to sense that the men were quietly retreating. Ben asked her about why she is there. Anna poked his cheek and told him that she went to the tavern where he said that they would meet, and he was nowhere to be seen. She asked him if he knows how long she searched for him. She asked him if he knows the travel expenses she used to get all the way there. Van remembered that he actually sent a letter to her with a messenger bird. He apologized and revealed to her that he ran into Kezarak at the tavern and completely forgot about her. Anna told him that an apology isn't enough. She revealed to him that she spent days looking for him. She told him that he has gotten arrogant just because she compliments him for being handsome. Van threw a bag of money at her and told her that he will double the agreed fee. Anna caught the bag and told him that he is the best. The moment she did this, she carefully looked at him. She knew Van wasn't normal when they first met, but now his mana was on a completely different scale. She wondered if it was possible for a person to grow this explosively in such a short period of time. She quickly realized that this wasn't growth. She could tell that Van was using the power that he was suppressing. While she was thinking, Van looked at her leg and asked her if Ofen is still alive. Anna asked Van if he knows her. She told him that she picked up Ofen after she collapsed nearby. Van said that her survival instincts are really insane. The moment he said this, he walked up to him and asked him if he is safe. Van asked him if he is alright. He looked down to see Kezarak's body. He couldn't believe that Van took him down all by himself. Our boy told him that he was only able to do this thanks to his help. Hugh asked him about the kind of monster he was riding. Van revealed to him that it was a rune-summoned creature. He told him that it disappeared when his mana ran dry. Hugh turned to Anna and asked her for her identity. With a bright smile on her face, Anna introduced herself as an information broker from the Nordya Kingdom. She asked him to come to her if he ever needs intel. Hugh asked her if she can let go of his hand. Anna laughed and told him that his hand is really thick. While they were talking, Van turned to the side. With a scary tone in his voice, he asked someone for his identity. The man told him that he is the one who should be asking this question. Sapphire released his mana and introduced himself as the only Grand Duke of the Awana Kingdom. He asked him if he is an enemy or ally. The Grand Duke's energy was incredible. Van and Anna felt like a powerful beast was standing in front of them. Hugh asked the Grand Duke to tell him how he got there. Van asked Hugh if the man is one of his people. Hugh revealed to him that the man in front of him is from the one and only Grand Duke house of the Awana Kingdom. He said that Sapphire is the head of the Leon household. Van was surprised to hear this. He recalled that Kezarak mentioned House Leon. Sapphire grabbed Hugh's hand and asked him if he is alright. The commander said that he is fine, but his knights got wiped out. He told the man that he is the only one who survived. Sapphire told him that his survival is a blessing. Hugh revealed to him that he is only alive thanks to Van. He told him that our boy took out Kezarak and 2T's executives. Sapphire was shocked to hear this. He couldn't believe that someone as young as Van managed to do this. He told Van that he is his benefactor if he managed to save Hugh's life. He placed his hand on his shoulder and asked him to come to his house and rest since he doesn't look too well. Van told him that he would be honored to visit his house. Sapphire informed his soldiers that they will be returning to the estate immediately. He asked them to treat Van and his comrades with the utmost respect because they are his guests. As they slowly turned around, the Grand Duke told his soldiers that the Argo Kingdom's sorcerers may still be lying in ambush nearby. He asked them to stay alert. While he was talking, Kezarak's body slowly turned into dust. The wind blew away his body. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the palace of the King of Argo. We see Raven and Parkle enter the palace. Parkle asked the skeleton about where Olga is. The skeleton informed him that she arrived earlier and went to the audience chamber. Parkle and Raven went into the audience chamber and bowed their heads to the king. Raven apologized to the king for the delay. He revealed to him that they carried out his command and wiped out the T's mercenary group. The king tapped his finger on his throne and stood up. His body was covered in snakes. There were a bunch of snakes at his feet. Even his hair was filled with snakes. The king told Raven that he ordered them to bait the Ethos Order, kill Hugh Zainal, and erase the expendable T's mercenaries. No one said anything. With a menacing aura, the king asked Raven to give him a reason why he failed to assassinate Hugh. He told him that his reason must satisfy him. A female sorcerer with some moon tattoos on her face told the men that they are pathetic for failing to kill a single sorcerer. This woman is Olga. She is a sorcerer of the Argo Kingdom. A green-haired man laughed and told the men that they infiltrated Awana and wiped out the entire Ethos Order by themselves. A woman next to him laughed and called the men pathetic, incompetent trash. Raven told the king that the entire failure lies with Olga and her squad. The green-haired man was surprised to hear this. The woman next to him called Raven useless trash. Raven revealed to them that they did not inform them that the Ethos Order had another sorcerer that was even more troublesome than Hugh. The man was talking about Van. He remembered how Van fought Kezarak and his subordinates. He told his king that Van held off Kezarak and teased by himself. He said that our boy was the one that threw the entire plan off course. He revealed to Olga's squad that the Grand Duke whom they were supposed to be keeping in check arrived at the battlefield. He asked them about how Sapphire managed to get to where he was. He said that this was the greatest cause of his failure. The king asked him to stop. Raven and Olga quickly went on their knees and told the king that they have committed a crime worthy of death. The king sat on his throne and told his subordinates that they need a body strong enough to endure the side effects of artificial mana if they want to make it perfect. He said that they need a body comparable to a superhuman. The body that best meets these conditions is Sapphire's own. To claim his body alone, the Argo Kingdom has endured years of war against Awana. The Awana royal faction, which was their greatest obstacle, has already been eliminated. Once the Ethos Order has been destroyed, there will be no one left in the kingdom that is capable of protecting Sapphire. A man got up and asked the king if one surviving sorcerer can make much of a difference. Olga was shocked to hear his voice. The king released a large amount of snakes with his hair and used them to grab the man. The idiot screamed out when this happened. The king said that Hugh's personal combat ability is no threat at all, but the power of his rune can push his allied forces beyond their limits. With a scary look on his face, the king said that if Sapphire, who is already difficult to face, exceeds his limits through Hugh's rune, their casualties will be far greater than expected. The king asked the man if he understands. The man quickly begged him to spare him. Unfortunately for him, the king used his snakes to crush him. He turned to Raven and told him that he would crush him where he stands if he follows his heart. He told him that he will overlook his mistake because he cannot afford to lose a capable sorcerer. Raven thanked the king for his boundless mercy. The king got up and said that his plan has changed. He said that he cannot delay his plan any longer. He ordered his subordinates to inform the troops. He said that they are going to put an end to this long war. He announced that everything is for the Vairava order. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Leon family estate that is located at the capital of the Awana Kingdom. A full day has passed since everyone arrived at the estate. Hugh was finally able to meet Pollen, who had regained consciousness. The two surviving members of the Ethos Order sat in a long and heavy silence. Eventually, the grief they had been holding back burst out violently. The despair and rage they felt got sharpened into blades. The blades were stabbing their own lives every minute. Van could hear the two men crying. He knew how they felt because this was exactly what happened to him. While he was listening to them, Sapphire walked up to him and asked him if he is feeling better. Van told him that he was able to fully recover thanks to the healers. Sapphire was amazed by our boy's terrifying recovery speed and mana. He wondered if Van was truly the same age as his daughter. He asked our boy if he can follow him for a moment. Van told him that he is fine with this. As they walked together, Sapphire revealed to him that he and Hugh spoke about him yesterday. He said that Hugh happened to overhear his conversation with Kezarak. He asked Van if Akratos of the Zoe Kingdom is the sorcerer he is searching for. He asked him if his goal is to kill Akratos. He turned to Van and told him that he is simply a stranger who knows nothing about his life, but he is able to guess the kind of person he is just by the air around him. He said that our boy is a man completely bound together by anger and sorrow. Sapphire guided Van to the training grounds. He asked him if he truly understands how absurd the path he is trying to walk is. Our boy said that it doesn't matter to him. There are 6 great powers that rule the Aten continent. Among them, the one that still reigns as the dominant superpower is the Zoe Kingdom. Even in the Zoe Kingdom, only the best sorcerers may ascend to the rank of Royal Guard. The Royal Guard is composed of those who are at the 3rd divine tier and above. The one who commands this Royal Guard is the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke is Akratos. He is one of the 5 strongest people on the continent. Sapphire asked Van if he is saying that he can kill someone like this. He asked him if he knows how high the mountain he is trying to climb is. Van said that the height of the mountain doesn't matter. With a scary look on his face, he told Sapphire that no matter how tall a mountain is, there is always a summit. He told the man that none of this is his business. Sapphire said that Hugh already told him that words won't be enough to make him change his mind. He said that this can't be helped. He turned to Van and released a large amount of energy. He appeared next to our boy in a different form and attacked him. Van quickly jumped back to dodge his attack. Sapphire charged at him before he could get far. He gave our boy a punch in his chest. The attack pushed Van back. Van got up and asked the man to tell him what he is doing right now. Sapphire released more energy and told Van that he is apologizing in advance. He said that he needs to see for himself if our boy truly has the strength to stand against the Zoe Kingdom alone. He asked Van to allow him confirm this right here and right now. Van charged at him when he heard this. He covered his hand in his energy and gave Sapphire a punch. Sapphire was able to dodge the attack. Van reminded him that he asked him to stop sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. Sapphire told Van that a person starts meddling more when they get old. He asked our boy to humor him. Immediately he said this. He used his two fists to punch Van in the stomach. The attack sent our boy flying. He crashed into the wall. Sapphire realized that he got too heated. Van pushed his hand out of the rubbles and got up. Sapphire was relieved to see that he was fine. Van released some energy and told Sapphire that he will use this chance to show him how unpleasant meddling can be. The moment he said this, he took out a unique sword from the ground. His hand got covered with his energy. The scene shifts, and we see a young woman asking her pet if the noise is coming from the training grounds. She said that it is probably her father. She couldn't believe that her father was not able to stay quiet even though they had guests. She asked her pet, whose name is Popo, if she should go nag her father again. The pet barked at her. The beautiful woman asked Popo if he wants to come with her. At the training ground, we see Van walking towards Sapphire with his cool sword. This sword is his 8th armament. It is known as Byeonjukdo. It is a long sword capable of transforming into 3 different forms. Van knew that things will become troublesome for him if he kills the Grand Duke. He decided to take Sapphire's left arm. Since there were healers on standby, our boy was certain that they would be able to reattach Sapphire's arm. Sapphire felt a horrifying energy from Van. He had never felt something like this even on the battlefield. Van took a stance and pointed his Byeonjukdo at the Grand Duke. He charged at him with a crazy speed. Sapphire quickly got ready to block his attack. Immediately, Van's sword touched his arm. His daughter entered the training ground and reminded him that they have guests. She asked him to keep things down. Van was able to land a cut on Sapphire's arm. His sword strike brushed past the Duke and hit a wall behind him. It destroyed the wall. The girl was surprised to see that her father had someone else in there with him. Sapphire turned around to see what Van did with his sword. He couldn't believe that Van's attack had this much power, even though he didn't use a full-powered strike. He wondered about how long it had been since his body actually got injured. Van saw how the man was looking at his arm. Although he stopped his sword midway, he couldn't believe that he was only able to give Sapphire a minor injury. Van and Sapphire both understood that they were strong opponents. Sapphire's daughter turned to Van and asked him about what he is doing there. Our boy quickly remembered that she was his insane employer. The girl was annoyed to hear this. She called him a sharp-tongued brat. She turned to her father and explained to him that Van is the sorcerer who protected her from Merkel. Sapphire was shocked to hear this. He said that he has committed a great offense towards his benefactor. He asked Van to accept his apology. Our boy told him that it is fine. Sapphire moved close to him and released his energy. He told Van that something will happen if he shows even the slightest impure interest in his daughter. Our boy assured him that this will never happen. Sapphire was surprised to hear this. He asked Van to tell him why it won't happen. Van asked the man to tell him what he wants from him. Immediately he asked this question. Someone ran into the room and called out to Sapphire. He informed the Duke that he just received an urgent report. He said that the Argo Kingdom and the Bogra Kingdom are advancing all their troops and launching a full-scale offensive attack. Sapphire and his daughter were shocked to hear this. The scene shifts, and we are taken back 1 hour into the past. We are shown the plains where the borders of the Awana Kingdom and the Bogra Kingdom meet. The plains was filled with hundreds of dead bodies and weapons. At the Awana Kingdom camp, we see some officials talking about how the Argo Kingdom is quite relentless. They wondered about how many years the war has been going on for. A red-haired woman said that the soldiers they are fighting actually come from the Bogra Kingdom. A man told her that the commanders of the army are from the Argo kingdom. He explained to her that the Bogra kingdom is practically a vassal state of Argo. They don't even have their own map. He said that Argo pushed out all their forces from Bogra because they don't want to lose their own troops. This man is Russell. He is a sorcerer of the Awana kingdom who is at the 9th divine tier. The woman asked Russell if this isn't the Bogra kingdom's way of surviving as a weak nation. This woman is known as Charlotte. She is also a sorcerer at the 9th divine tier. Another man said that something feels very off. Charlotte asked him about what is wrong. The bald man wearing a unique cloth around his eyes explained to Charlotte that a fierce battle should have already broken out by now. He said that the battlefield has been far too quiet for days now. This man is Volkov, another sorcerer at the 9th divine tier. Russell told Volkov that there have been resting periods like this before. He asked him about why he finds this situation to be strange. Volkov asked him if he doesn't remember that the Ethos Order got wiped out. He said that it is weird for things to be quiet after Argo pulled something like that. Charlotte wondered if this is the calm before the storm. Volkov told her that this is possible. Russell asked them about how they communicate as a married couple. Charlotte said that her husband is so sexy when he is in deep thought. Immediately she said this, a soldier ran into the tent and informed them that Argo and Bogra forces are advancing simultaneously. The commanders didn't expect this to happen now. Russell asked the soldier for the enemy's numbers. The man revealed to him that the entire army is advancing. Russell and Charlotte were shocked to hear this. Volkov didn't seem too surprised. He quickly ordered Charlotte to return to the capital. The woman was surprised to hear this. She asked him about why she would leave the plains. Volkov told her that this is his intuition. He told her that they will hold the line as long as they need to. He asked her to go join the Grand Duke. Some minutes later, we see countless soldiers marching forward. The soldiers looked lifeless. They looked like mutants. A man sitting on a human chair said that this long and exhausting war is finally coming to an end. With tears in his eyes, the man asked the Awana kingdom to try and stop them. This man's name is Lapin. He is at the 8th divine tier. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. Sapphire told his subordinate that he has figured out the situation. He said that he will head to the capital immediately. He asked his daughter, whose name is Audie, not to leave the estate under any circumstances. He asked her to just stay there. The girl assured her father that she will follow his order. She asked him to travel safely. Sapphire quickly ran out of the training ground. After he left, Audie asked Van about why he was fighting her father. Our boy picked up his cloth from the ground and told her that he should be the one asking this question. He revealed to her that her father suddenly said that he would test him and attacked him out of nowhere. Audie said that her father must have thought of Brother Daryl again. Van asked her if she can repeat what she said. Audie said that it is nothing. She apologized to Van and told him that her father didn't mean to harm him. Van assured her that it is fine. He said that he will go back to his room. Audie watched him as he walked away. She never thought that they would meet again. When Van arrived in his room, he sat on his bed and thought about how a war was breaking out now. Seeing how the household was in chaos and the Grand Duke was running to the capital, Van believed that this was the perfect time for him to find the Argo Kingdom spy that is hiding within the family. He released his mana. A part of his face transformed into something horrifying. Van activated a skill known as Gluttony. It is a spell that devours beings that possess mana. The devoured target is trapped within the inner mental world of the caster. Van entered his mental world and stood in front of a grotesque-looking monster. The monster looked like a tree with several heads and huge lumps of flesh. Van asked someone if he waited for a long time. He told him that he has something to ask him. One of the heads in the creature said something. Van asked it to repeat itself. The head turned out to be Bridgetten's own. The man asked Van to screw off. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the outer walls of the Awana Kingdom capital. We see a huge barrier covering the capital. The barrier was being generated by some machines. The machines somehow got deactivated, and the barrier got removed. We see some people climb the fortress wall after the barrier got deactivated. A huge man commended a woman for taking out the protective formation. He said that the formation can't be dismantled unless it is done from the inside. He asked the woman if she wasn't discovered. The woman told him that he has a pointless concern. The man placed his hand on her shoulder and told her that it is a joke. The man told Parkle, Olga, and the soldiers that were with him that Lapin must have already started advancing. He said that they need to begin their festival of slaughter. Parkle said that the man is so cringe. He said that he hates going on missions with this man. He asked Olga if she agrees with him. The woman asked him to get lost. She told him that he smells like sweat. With a creepy smile on his face, the huge man ordered everyone to tear and kill everything in sight. This huge man is Jourdain. He is a sorcerer of the Argo Kingdom that is at the 8th divine tier. The scene shifts and we see Van talking to Bridgerton. He told the man that he looks much better than before. He told him that he has put on some weight. Bridgerton called him a bastard. Van told the man that he has a question for him. He revealed to him that Kezerac told him that there was a spy planted in the Leon family by the Argo Kingdom. He asked Bridgerton to tell him the spy's identity. Bridgerton was shocked to hear Van's question. He asked him if he did something to Kezerac. Our boy revealed to him that he killed Kezerac. Bridgerton was shocked to hear this. He couldn't believe that Van took out someone who injected himself with artificial mana to push himself to his limits. He was almost at the 7th divine tier. Bridgerton realized that he was looking at a monster. Van told him that he will let him out of there if he tells him about the spy. Bridgerton asked him if he thinks that he is a fool. He said that there is no way a demon like our boy would actually spare him even if he talks. Van realized that Bridgerton actually knows about the spy. The man couldn't believe that he slipped up. Van told him that he would normally be the one to torture him, but he can't do it this time. He said that he will yield it to someone else. The moment he said this, someone entered his mental world. The person turned out to be Ofen. Bridgerton was shocked to see her. He wondered about how she was alive. Ofen asked Van about what is happening. Our boy explained to her that she wasn't able to do anything to Kezerac's body, so he provided this gift for her because she was feeling down. He pointed at Bridgerton and said that he is a much more valuable gift than Kezerac's corpse. He told her that he isn't just going to give him to her. He explained to her that Bridgerton needs to tell her about the Argo Kingdom spy that is hiding in the Leon family. Ofen asked her savior if Bridgerton wasn't already dead. Van told her that he kept him alive when he was dying just to give him to her as a gift. Ofen asked him if this is true. She asked Van about why he is going this far for her. Van lied to the girl. He didn't do anything for her. He created a table in his world and filled it with some items. He told Ofen that there are weapons for a smooth conversation on the table. He quickly corrected himself and said that the means of conversation have been prepared. Bridgerton called him a bastard and told him that he just called them weapons. Since Bridgerton looked like he was going to die, Van decided to heal him with mana. He asked Ofen to play with him anyhow she wants. The girl froze in shock when she saw the weapons on the table. Although she wanted revenge, she was still a little girl. Van moved close to her and asked her about why she is hesitating. Ofen was shocked to hear his voice. Van moved closer to her and reminded her that Bridgerton is the man who slaughtered her family right before her eyes. He asked her if she has forgotten how Hox's arm was cut off and how his heart was pierced, how her brothers and sisters got torn apart. He reminded her that her siblings suffered as they bled to death. Ofen couldn't say anything. Van reminded her about the man who smiled after killing her family and how she couldn't do anything at that moment. The girl was reminded of her own helplessness, her anger, her sadness, her despair, and pain. Van asked her if she has truly forgotten about all her feelings. Ofen fell to the ground and broke down mentally. She said that she has never forgotten her family for a single moment. Her tears turned into blood. She told Van that she never forgot anything. Our boy placed his hand on her back and asked her to remember the emotions she had on that day. He asked her to remember all her memories and pour it all out. He told her that she should pay Bridgerton back 1,000 times for the pain her family felt. With a disgusting look on his face, Ben told her that this is a justified act of revenge. He asked her if she feels guilty. He advised her not to get in a garbage enclosure made by hypocrites. He stood up and said that something like this might be too much for a young person like Ofen. He said that he will go first. He asked Ofen to watch and learn. The moment he said this, he removed every flesh that held Bridgerton down. He created another table and placed Bridgerton on it. He held him down with the flesh from the table. He picked up a torture device and asked the man to stay still. He told him that he will feel more pain if he moves. He raised the weapon and told Bridgerton that he will give him a chance to speak every 6 hours. He advised him to think carefully and make a good judgment. The man became scared. He tried to tell our boy that he will tell him anything he wants, but his mouth was covered. Unfortunately, we can't show torture scenes. The only thing we see is our boy cooking. Anytime he cut an ingredient, Bridgerton would scream out in pain. As Van cut each ingredient, the man begged him. He couldn't do anything but scream. Van watched him as he begged. Blood poured out of Bridgetten's eyes. Our boy toyed with him. 6 hours later, we see Ofen smiling brightly. She said that she made a pretty clean cut. She turned to Van and told him that she has cleaned all the tools. Our boy told her that she did a good job. Van moved close to the table and saw Bridgetten's disfigured body. He told him that he is going to die if he keeps holding out like this. He reminded him that he said that he would free him from this pain if he confesses. He asked the man to tell him why he doesn't believe in people. Bridgetten gathered his energy and told Van that he will tell him. He begged our boy to kill him. He revealed the spy's identity to him. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the royal palace of the Awana Kingdom. We see the Grand Duke and his subordinates discussing. Someone said that they have a spy. He said that the capital's formation has been completely deactivated. Due to the fact that there was no sign of battle, the formation must have been deactivated by an insider. Another person said that only a few people have access to the capital's formation. He told the others that they must summon these people immediately and uncover the spy. Another official asked the man if there is any point in doing this now. Sapphire wondered about how this could happen. He thoroughly filtered out spies because he was worried about this situation. While he was thinking, a soldier ran into the room and informed him that the enemies who infiltrated the capital are killing the citizens. The scene shifts, and we see the Argo Kingdom's sorcerers and soldiers standing next to a large amount of bodies. Jourdain covered himself in a huge armor and told Olga that they will take care of this place. He asked her to move according to the plan. He advised her not to let her mana be detected. The woman accepted his order. Immediately, she left the place. Parkle thought about how he had to stay with Jourdain. A soldier moved close to Jourdain and asked him about how they should move. Jourdain asked him about why he is asking this question. With a creepy smile on his face, he said that they will kill everyone they see until Sapphire arrives. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the royal palace. We see the Grand Duke slam his hand on the table out of anger. He called the enemy cowards. A man told him that they have fallen into a trap. Due to the long war with the Argo and Bogra kingdoms, the Awana Kingdom has consumed a significant amount of its military forces. Furthermore, the royal family has already been assassinated, and the Ethos Order, which was their ally, has been eliminated. Now that the Awana Kingdom was at its most vulnerable from the western border, which was originally the main battlefield, the enemy advanced their entire army to tie down the Awana Kingdom's forces at the front lines. With the spy that they hid inside, the enemy sent a detached group to infiltrate the capital, which is at the rear. The noble man told Sapphire that they will now be forced to scatter their forces there and try to protect all the citizens of the capital. He told the Grand Duke that this war will end in their defeat. He explained to Sapphire that if they abandon the citizens, they will be abandoning the families of the soldiers who are fighting at the cost of their lives at the border. Sapphire said that there is only one way to resolve their issues. He announced that he will remain in the capital. He told the others that they will all go to the border. The officials were shocked to hear what he said. One of them told the Grand Duke that he is being too reckless. Another man reminded him that they don't know the scale of the enemy forces yet. Sapphire ordered them to close the north and south gates. He asked them to lure the enemies to the east gate. He told them to use the west gate as an escape route for the citizens. He ordered Marquis Alex to oversee the evacuation. He asked Baron Saran to oversee communications and report. He ordered the officials to ring the cathedral bell 3 times once the citizens' evacuation is complete. The official next to him told him that all military forces in the capital will join the front lines once the evacuation is over. He told Sapphire that their kingdom is finished if they lose him too. He asked him to consider his actions one more time, even if it is for the sake of his family. The Grand Duke walked to the door and said that all the people in the kingdom are his family. He smiled and asked Marquis Alex to take good care of his wife and daughter. He activated his rune and transformed. He jumped out of the room before anyone could stop him. Immediately, he arrived in the town. He raised his voice and called out to the people who dared to mock his kingdom. He asked them to show themselves. He assured them that he will personally tear their organs apart. A soldier standing next to Jourdain asked him if he heard what Sapphire said. Jourdain said that he did. He said that Sapphire came out as expected. He told the soldier that a Grand Duke burning with a sense of responsibility will definitely behave this way. He stood up from the bodies he was sitting on and said that they just need to tie down Sapphire just like they planned. He covered his head with a unique helmet and said that they need to play along with the hero act led by a Grand Duke of a failed kingdom. Jourdain possesses the rune of transmutation. Leon Sapphire possesses the Blue Lion rune. It consumes a massive amount of mana to enhance the body's muscular strength, endurance, recovery, durability, and agility. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see Sapphire kneeling in front of the king. The king asked him if he is going on another expedition already. The Grand Duke told him that he is. He explained to the king that Argo's provocations are getting worse. The king gently smiled and told Sapphire that he is suffering this much because of a lacking king. He told him that he will be desperately waiting for his safe return. Sapphire assured the king that he will ring the drum of victory again when he returns. Unfortunately, when he returned this time, he saw something horrifying. The king was already incapacitated. He was heavily injured. Sapphire couldn't accept what he was seeing. He wondered about how this could happen. Tears poured out of his eyes. The king gathered his strength and told Sapphire that this isn't his fault. He asked him not to be in pain. He said that this is his responsibility as an incompetent king. He asked Sapphire to promise him one thing. He begged him to take care of the people of the kingdom who suffered from having a foolish king. He told the Grand Duke that he is the only one who can protect them now. With tears in his eyes, Sapphire said that he will gladly lay down his life to fulfill his final order. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the present. We see the bodies of the citizens of Awana on the ground. Sapphire carefully looked around him. Everywhere he turned to, there were bodies there. The buildings in the capital were on fire. Sapphire could only see bodies around him. He closed his eyes in sadness. When he opened it, it turned blue. He saw Jourdain and the enemy soldiers in front of him. Jourdain asked Sapphire about how many years it has been. Parkle said that he doesn't like being paired with Jourdain, but this job looks quite fun. Immediately he said this. More soldiers stepped forward. Sapphire told Jourdain that he knew he would be there since the squad was made up of Argo's detached force. Jourdain told the Grand Duke that he is honored to see that he was waiting for him. Sapphire observed that almost all the enemy's forces have gathered there. All that was left was for him to buy time until the citizens' evacuation is complete and tie the enemy's forces down there. Sapphire remembered the king's final order. He promised himself that he will protect the people. Jourdain hit a soldier next to him and told Sapphire that he has no idea how long he has waited for this moment. Immediately he said this. The soldier's body began to break apart and slowly change into another form. Sapphire watched the man transform. He told Jourdain that his rune art is truly unpleasant. Jourdain asked him not to say this. He said that he will feel hurt. He told the Grand Duke that he is actually a soft and delicate man despite how he looks. Immediately he said this. He turned the soldier's body into a huge spiked mace. He begged Sapphire to treat him better. Jourdain's transmutation rune allows him to use mana to freely deform the shape of living creatures touched by him. He charged at Sapphire at a crazy speed and swung his mace at him when he got close to him. The attack pushed Sapphire back. Before he could get back up, Parkle appeared behind him and asked him not to forget that he is also there. He made his arm bigger and gave Sapphire a powerful punch in his face. The attack pushed the Grand Duke back. Even though the attacks seemed powerful, they weren't really doing anything to Sapphire. The Grand Duke planned to play along with these people until the citizens' evacuation is complete. Jourdain grabbed two soldiers and told Sapphire that he is not focusing at all. He asked the man if he is feeling unwell. Jourdain slammed the heads of the two soldiers together and created a huge spiked ball. He asked the Grand Duke if he isn't distracted by something else. He threw the ball up and took a stance. He used his mace to hit the ball and sent it flying at Sapphire. The ball hit the Grand Duke in his stomach and sent him flying. Parkle appeared behind him. He gave Sapphire a powerful punch in his face. The attack slammed Sapphire to the ground and destroyed the area. Parkle used his enhanced hand to raise Sapphire up. He asked Jourdain if this is really the man that their king is wary of. He said that Sapphire is quite weak. Jourdain asked the man to watch his mouth. He explained to him that Sapphire simply can't focus on his battle with them. With a scary tone in his voice, he promised Parkle that he will turn him into toilet paper if he insults Sapphire one more time. Parkle called him a bastard. He asked him to tell him who he is supporting. Immediately he said this. He heard something ringing. He wondered about which idiot was enjoying music in the middle of a war. The moment he said this, Sapphire grabbed his hand and squeezed it. He slowly got up and released his energy. He said that the fact that the bell rang 3 times means that the evacuation is complete. He grew bigger and told Parkle that there is no reason to play along and entertain them anymore. He made Parkle kneel to him. He gave him a kick in his head and threw him aside. Parkle slammed his body into a wall. Jourdain charged at Sapphire from the side. He told the Grand Duke that he is finally taking the fight seriously. He and Sapphire began to exchange blows. The Grand Duke quickly gained the upper hand and began to suppress Jourdain with his blows. He pushed him back and gave him a punch in his face. His punch destroyed a part of his helmet. Jourdain smiled and told Sapphire that he is doing well. He asked him to hit him harder. Parkle got up from the rubble. He apologized to the Grand Duke for calling him weak earlier. He charged at Sapphire. Jourdain grabbed 2 soldiers and turned them into axes. He charged at Sapphire from the side. The Grand Duke put his arms together and gathered his energy when he saw them coming towards him. He activated a skill known as Lion's Heart. He gathered his mana in his hands and swung them at his opponents. He destroyed Jourdain's axe and Parkle's head. The 2 men didn't stand a chance. Guys, we have come to the end of our video. If you guys want more exclusive features as subscribers and you want to support my channel, you can join my membership program. Please don't forget to like and smash that subscribe button for more recaps. See you guys later.